one example. I bought a monster box of 1993 American Silver Eagles. There were 1,000 coins in the monster box, straight from the mint, in tubes of 20. We went through the entire box. I would say about 95% of the coins were spotted. They would probably grade anywhere from mint state 65 to maybe mint state 67. I think we got 2 or 3 MS-69s out of the entire 1,000 coin box that came straight from the mint. To get a set like this, flawless to the eye in mint state 69, folks, at the price I have this set at today, this is a limited time offer. There are so many dates in this set that are so elusive, so rare in this condition, flawless to the eye. And I like to say the best part of all, again, is the price, because this set is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on our cost. You can shop around, and we've got some prices from very highly rated dealers for some of these American Silver Eagle dates in mint state 69. These are all highly rated dealers with thousands of happy customers. Here's a 2008 mint state 69, $495. Here's a 2004, again, mint state 69, $1,400. So we're already at around $1,900 for those 2 coins. Here's another, a 2001, $384. Dealer with 100% positive feedback. We get to some of these early American Silver Eagles. Here's a 2008, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, almost 10,000 happy customers, $495 for an MS-69. Here's a 2004, $1,400 for a 2004. A 2001, $384. So we're already at well over $2,000 just for 3 coins. We go a little farther back in time, a 1999, $349. Here's a 1996, $591. A 1994, tough date, $417 for a mint state 69. Remember, there's 36 coins in this set, folks. That 1993 monster box I talked to you about. Well, here's a 1993 in mint state 69, $1,400 for just that 1 coin. Here's one more, a 1990, $346. Now, those are just 8 coins, folks. The set has 36 coins, and we're already at $5,382 out of those 8 dates in this 36 coin set. This is the perfect grade in mint state 69. In today's economy, with inflation seemingly everywhere, everybody seems to be asking more for whatever it is they're offering. Here we have this perfect set, folks. The complete Heraldic Eagle set, all 36 dates. $25,000 would be a reasonable price. $15,000 would be something in the ballpark of what you'd expect to pay for a complete set in mint state 69. But this set, again, is not based on what the market will bear. Our price always is based on our cost. We do the work, we put in the time. We look through the tens of thousands of American Silver Eagles to find that occasional needle in the haystack. And we put our hard work into savings for you. We have looked through literally hundreds of thousands of American Silver Eagles, hand-selecting the very finest examples to be able to put this set together today at this price, folks. The entire 36 coin set. While we have them, this is a limited time offer at this price. Because today, this entire set is only $3,395 for the entire 36 coin set. That comes out to $94.31 a coin. These early heraldic eagles, if you try to assemble a set of this quality by yourself, buying original rolls to look for those occasional Mint State 69s, folks, you could be doing this for the next 20 years, and it's going to cost you a lot more than $33.95. This is a really, really difficult set to assemble, and it only makes sense. Again, these American Silver Eagles are so much larger than Morgan dollars. The coins were not individually handled once they were struck, one coin of braiding with one another. To survive in this condition, fully struck, without spots, without bag marks or abrasions from other coins. Mint State 69, flawless to the eye. For those of you new to numismatics, you're probably asking, well, that sounds great, Rick, but what exactly is an MS-69? Well, rare coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard. From a low of 1, which would be a very, very heavily worn coin where you could barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents a coin that's flawless under high magnification. Now, to give you an idea of how rare a 70 is, if you look at United States coins struck before 1960, for example, of the billions and billions and billions of United States coins struck before 1960, not a single coin is ever graded Mint State 70. These American Eagles, to get a grade of Mint State 69, the graders at NGC will study the coin under magnification. If it looks flawless under normal magnification, they put the coin aside and then study it under even higher magnification. Now, under that higher magnification, if they see the slightest flaw, it gets a grade of 6.9. If they still don't see a flaw, it would grade 70. So in other words, these coins are essentially flawless to the eye, folks. This is how extraordinary. To get a silver dollar, these are large American Silver Eagles, larger than Morgan dollars, this really large silver coin. They weren't individually handled. They were allowed to braid with all the other coins when they were struck. To get it in this condition where it's flawless to the eye, they are so rare and so highly sought after. It makes perfect sense. You don't have to be a coin expert to understand why these coins are so rare. And the best news of all, we have it on a 2-payment option. So if you can't swing the entire amount today, put half down today of only $1,697.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. And that's critically important because we have a limited supply at this price. You can pay the balance in 30 days. We have a limited supply at this price. Once we're out of these sets at this price, we can't replace them for $33.95, folks. This truly is a must-buy opportunity. This classic American Silver Eagle set with the heraldic eagle reverse. Again, 2021 is the last American Silver Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse. And it's these earlier American Silver Eagles that are the rarest in high-grade condition. All those future collectors of American Silver Eagles, as this series continues on into the future, into the year 2025, year 2030, this is the most popular silver dollar series in the history of the United States Mint. They have every intention of continuing this series on into the distant future, folks. So to get this set now, these early dates, these are the tough dates. These are the dates that will be most demand in the years and decades ahead. This is a set you want to put away for your kids, your grandkids. This is a set that is a true national treasure. It's what this country is all about, that walking Liberty obverse, the heraldic eagle reverse, these beautiful, magnificent silver dollars, the entire 36 coin set, all for only 2 payments of $1,697.50. I truly hope you can take advantage of it. This is a set that will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching.
know this is the moment that you've been waiting for so long. Rare Collectibles TV is about to launch the Type 2 American Gold Eagle. This is something everybody's been waiting for. You know, 2021 is the transitional year. We're transitioning from Type 1 American Gold Eagles to the Type 2. Now, since 1985, the American Gold Eagle has been a gold coin that all Americans have sought to own. And I think one of the reasons for it is because of the great design. You have that amazing design of the original $20 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And from 1986 all the way to 2021, mid-2021, you had the family of Eagle design on the reverse, made famous by who was then Miley Buziak. Well, 2021, midway through the year, about to be launched. This is a pre-sale, ladies and gentlemen. The United States of America has the Type 2 American Gold Eagle. Now, it still features the St. Gaudens obverse, that amazing example of liberty striding forward, welcoming what was then the brand new 20th century. Now, this design was chosen by James Baker, who was Secretary of the Treasury in the Reagan administration. And one thing you're going to notice about these coins as well is that they bear our exclusive label. And this design, with a brand new reverse on the coin, is something very special. It features the closest look of an American eagle on any United States coin. And it really describes perfectly in emotion by the view what is called the vigilant American eagle. And you know, when you're vigilant, really what it means is that you are always keeping watch through every present danger and every difficulty. And that is what the artist Jenny Norris, who, by the way, this is her very first coin design, the brand new Type 2 reverse of this American Gold Eagle. Now, this coin, ladies and gentlemen, is a mint state 70. For those of you who are not avid coin collectors, let me just explain that very quickly. Numismatics coins are graded on what is known as the Sheldon grading scale, from 1 to 70. 70 being a perfect condition coin. And that's what we have here, mint state 70. When you have a coin that is MS70, what it means is it's flawless. It's not just flawless when you look at it with the naked eye, but it's also flawless when you view it under magnification. And in this instance, the magnification goes all the way up to 5 times. No flaws are visible under that kind of magnification. It gets the perfect grade. And I also want you to know, it's not just one grader's opinion. It's really a cadre of graders. It's 3 separate graders grading the coin separately, coming together as a consensus, If there's one dissenting opinion amongst the grade, if one of the graders says that the coin is not perfect, that's the grade it gets dropped down to. So it is a guarantee of accuracy. This is something that is invaluable. Let me show you why. When you talk about the mint state version of these coins, it is a fact that they are the hardest version to grade in a perfect grade. They happen less often than any of the other ones. It is quite rare, and I want to show you the result of this rarity. So I've selected some dates, and I want to show you how the market and how the world has looked at these dates as time has gone on. And there's no better place to start than the very beginning. In 1986, when the first of these coins hit the world, and the world went crazy for these coins because it was a chance to see that original St. Gaudens obverse in a way you had never seen it before in a St. Gaudens, in a perfect condition coin, in a perfect MS-70 grade. Now, I love the proofs. They were available that year as well, and there are proof 70s. But the hardest to grade in a perfect mint state are the mint states. So here's a 1986, grading a perfect MS-70. This is the first year coin. And here's an auction, and this auction took place in 2013. Whole different world today, but I want to show you what the coin brought in 2013, almost $6,000. And by the way, I want to give you these mintages as well, and I will in just a second, but I want to let you know that this is a very special year for the Gold Eagle. This is the only time ever where we have transitioned from the original Type 1 reverse, the family of eagles, to this brand new Vigilant Eagle reverse. We don't know what the mintage is going to be yet. But we know when you split the designs in the middle of the year, you're going to have low mintages. There's no two ways about it. There simply is not enough time to strike as many coins as we all would want. It's also very difficult to get one of these coins in a mint state. I want to show you my final example here. 1988. This is a 1988 mint state 70, auctioned off at over $14,000. Now, we know the mintages of those years. We don't know yet what the mintage is going to be for 2021, but we know something. 1988, they had the whole full year to produce them. 1987, same thing. 1986, a little bit, not quite the full year. So we know that this is going to be a short year, and we know something else. If you are looking to put together a complete collection of the highest quality mint state gold eagles known to man from the Type 1 series, well, it's going to be tough. Maybe impossible. Well, nothing's impossible, but it's certainly going to be extremely costly, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's difficult to source these coins in absolute perfect grade, whether they were made yesterday or whether they were made 30 years ago. Because these coins, ladies and gentlemen, were struck in a high-speed press. They were basically really not struck for the collector. They were struck for those who wanted to own gold and hold gold and admire gold. And they became numismatic, and they became so sought after. One of the reasons why is the infrequency by which they certified in a perfect grade. Next to all the other finishes of an American Gold Eagle, the proofs and reverse proofs and burnished dies, only the mint states were the ones that were struck really for quantity, and the quality, of course, was fantastic. But when you talk about the collector's versions where the quality is guaranteed, there was no guarantee for these coins. And that brings me to this year's. I don't want you folks to wait. There was no guarantee for any of these years. And you can see the result, $5,000, $6,000, $14,000. There will be no guarantee for the 2021 whether there will be another mint state graded or not. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale. So let me tell you what that means. It means no matter what happens in grading, how low a percentage they grade in perfect grade next to the mintage, you are guaranteed to get one, or however many you so choose. But you are guaranteed to get a mint state 70 grade, a coin in perfect condition graded by NGC with Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Norris hand-signed label. So if you are looking to begin a complete collection of Type 2s, this is the starting point. Now, if you were around in 1986 and you started then collecting every single year in a Mint State 70, you have a priceless collection. But if you want to begin that priceless collection right now, you have the very first one, the first Type 2, the first Mint State 70, first releases with our exclusive label. And I can tell you what, your journey collecting perfection in this series begins here, and the sky is the limit, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't want you to miss the opportunity, because when we go back and look at all of these coins in Mint State at grade 70, demand far, far, far outpaces the supply. And I don't want you to miss out on the opportunity to acquire these coins in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. $2,995, ladies and gentlemen, $2,995. And you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,497.50. I want to talk a little bit about how the program got started and how popular it is today, and the excitement that's been generated for this brand new issue. More than ever right now, collectors are attracted to United States gold coins. We have many, many collectors who have an admiration for classic American gold, pre-1933. A vast amount of collectors who have been collecting all their lives, who have fabulous collections. These same collectors are attracted to this coin, are gravitating to this coin more than any other collectors, because they see in this coin an opportunity to acquire a classic rendition of Liberty with a brand new, well, already classic reverse in a grade that is impossible to achieve in the pre-1933 gold that they've been collecting all their lives. An opportunity to acquire an Auver St. Gaudens design as Augustus St. Gaudens envisioned it when he was originally sculpting the original designs for this coin in 1907. And the reverse, newly minted as a Type 2. And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, to replace the reverse that Miley Frost envisioned on the original family of eagle designs, to replace that with this new eagle, a completely different retrospective. An eagle standing vigilant. And when you think about that, that really personifies the American spirit. Standing vigilant. The eagle watches over this great nation, in a way, watches over the entire world. The reputation of vigilance goes hand in hand with the American spirit. And I think that was captured by Jenny Norris on this design. And think about it this way. An opportunity, as this is her first design, to get the first one on a career that undoubtedly will be so prolific as time goes on, and so many great designs to follow. But the very first one is the start of a brand new series, one of the most popular gold series. Imagine an Auvers created by Augustus St. Gaudens coupled with a new design, forevermore rendering this coin as a classic. That's the beginning of this series. So, ladies and gentlemen, from 1986 to 2021, as Type 1s, there have been over 20 million of the coins issued. The total in that time period that have been certified by NGC, a perfect Mint State 70, is 266,000. And as a percentage, this really drives it home. That's only 1.3%. So immediately, you can recognize that it is very difficult to own one of these coins because they are so difficult to source in a perfect grade. So there's no waiting. And I implore you to act now. And the reason why I am really kind of being pushy, I really cannot tell you how many collectors I have spoken to who lament not getting in on the perfect grades when they had the opportunity, whether that be from the very beginning of the series or any particular year. And I've always heard them say, I thought I could take my time. I thought I'd be able to get one tomorrow. You cannot count on that with the Mint State. And the facts and figures bear it out. When you talk about great value, you look at the price of gold today, ladies and gentlemen, you look at the price of this coin, and we are so advantageously priced. And again, I'm lucky enough to be able to speak to a lot of you collectors who watch this show when we're not on the air. And I invite you to call me anytime because I'm accessible. I'd love to talk to you because I love talking coins and I love talking collecting. And I've spoke to so many of you, and the common thread, like I said, is for collectors to say to me, oh, back in 1986 when the coins came out, I could have, I should have, I would have. Don't let that happen here because as we have seen, as the decades have gone by, as the years have gone by, the collectors have rushed into the market, everybody wanting gold. The most popular coin, the highest example, the hardest one to source. This is the coin right here. If it also matters to you, the greatest price in all the world, well, of course, this is the place to shop. $2,995, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to tell you. The price of gold today is, well, it's racing. The price of gold today is eye-opening. These coins will not be available for any period of time. Because when you start going into back years, yes, you're going to be at $5,000. You're going to be at $14,000. They're hard to get in perfect grades. Don't miss the boat. Now, all the lecturing aside, let's get down to why it's really important to own these. This cannot be overstated, ladies and gentlemen. This is a historical snapshot of the whole entire series from 1986 to the present moment in time, with over 20 million coins issued. In a Mint State 70, they just don't happen, folks, and you can't count on it to happen. And I've read so many stories about quality at the Mint in this period of time and what happened here, die breaking and coining presses not working properly and gold supply being interrupted so they can't make coins. And, you know, and look at what we just went through the last couple of years. Short staffed, not enough people at the Mint, maybe expertise might be lacking in certain areas. Don't miss the boat. This is very important. Again, don't be one of the lamenting collectors wishing that you had, because now is the chance. And as far as the greatest price goes, gold is on a tear. But more importantly than that, the demand for gold has never been as high as it is right now. I'm in the marketplace every day, and I talk to everybody, and some of the biggest sellers of gold in the world are having a hard time getting gold, because the gold supplies are limited and the buying is tremendous. It's at a fevered pitch. Now, this may come off as being a little alarmist, but I'm doing it from a point of experience. I'm doing it from a point of watching this every day for the last 2 years. And we're lucky. We count our lucky stars every day that we were able to get a few of these coins as a pre-release. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are first releases. They're perfect condition MS-70s. They are Type 2s. They are the brand new issue of a new series. It is a transition year. Midway through this year of 2021, the Mint switched from the Type 1 reverse design to the brand new Type 2. We know they're not going to be able to make a lot of coins. We have seen transitional years before. 1907, $20 gold liberties transitioned to the 1907 St. Gaudens. The same thing happened with minor coinage from the classic United States Gold Series. We saw the 1921 Morgan dollar transition to the 1921 piece. These all are indicative of cutoff production for one design and beginning to another. Always bumps in the road, always bugs that have to be worked out. Get yourself a guaranteed perfect grade while you can. I'm excited about this because this is an opportunity. I can't wait to get my hands on some of these coins. I'm in line like everybody else. There's no cutting in line for me. I'm at the back of the line right now. And I hope that when I get up to the front, I get a Mint State 70. But I want to tell you, you're at the front of the line right now. You're in for first releases, absolute perfect MS-70 condition. The brand new series, a brand new design. The most unique American Eagle design ever seen on a United States coin. A vigilant example, a vigilant American Eagle design. It's unique. It's strikingly bold. From the earliest days of coin design, one of the really requisite criteria for a designer was bold. You saw it in St. Gaudens Avars, the bold allegorical of liberty striding forward like it had never been seen before. And you see it in the reverse, Jenny Norris's vigilant American Eagle design. A reverse like you had never seen before. It stirs the emotion that she intended it to. I can tell you, by all accounts, by everyone I've talked to, by everything I've read, it's an instant classic. To own this coin in the absolute highest grade of MS-70 is something you will not be able to count on except right now. Right here. You say the word, and I guarantee it's going to happen no matter what, no matter how difficult, no matter how few there are. You are guaranteed to get a coin in absolute perfect MS-70 condition. With our exclusive label, you will be able to start your own journey of perfection. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? A lot of people just want to own the very first one. Those of us who own the very first American Gold Eagle from 1986 in a perfect grade have a priceless, priceless American coin that will just go on as a legacy. I feel the same way towards this brand new Type 2 issue. And again, this is a pre-sale, $2,995. Split the payments into 2 equal payments. Lock up a coin right now. Lock up a perfect grade. Lock up an opportunity to get our exclusive label as you build that exclusive set. And get it for less than $3,000. $2,995. Now, this coin is the ultimate in a United States Gold Eagle Type 2 Mint State. I hope you get an example. Frankly, I hope you get more than one because you will not regret it. And the folks that are in your circle who get in it with you, wow, you're just going to have a real numismatic beginning, a real collector's entree to some of the greatest coins ever issued. I hope you're beginning a numismatic journey with us at Rare Collectibles TV, beginning with this Mint State 70 instant classic for less than $3,000. Don't forget, it's at Rare Collectibles TV, and I will see you soon. Thank you very much for watching.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show, right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Morgan dollars, one of the most widely collected coins in the world. And I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since the early 1980s. In fact, I have helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence. Here are a couple of awards recognized by NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. They are a leading independent grading service. The Smithsonian, the home of the finest United States coin collection in the world, has their entire collection encapsulated by NGC. And here you see a couple of awards, one given in 2003 for the finest proof Morgan collection and another one given out in 2006. And there are many other awards as well for Morgan dollars that I have assembled for my clients, folks. I tell you this because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's not about talking the talk. It's most important to have a good track record. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing for over 35 years. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. It's that simple. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today is simply the finest two-coin set. Two coins ranking among the very lowest vintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. And they were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable among collectors and dealers. It is the Carson City Mint. Folks, the two coins I have from the Carson City Mint shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. The last Carson City dollar was struck in 1893. These Carson City dollars that I have are the lowest vintage Carson City Morgan dollars in mint history, and among the lowest vintage Morgan dollars in the entire Morgan dollar series. Now, I have a very limited quantity of these coins. These coins, again, should not exist. The story follows shortly, but first, the coins. 1881 and 1885 Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint in brilliant uncirculated condition. They were stored in mint bags for almost 100 years. And the discovery of these coins is a most fascinating, incredible story. You look at the condition of these. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these are remarkable uncirculated specimens. And there, on the reverse, what distinguishes these coins from all the other Morgan dollars, at 6 o'clock, right below the eagle's tail feathers, the famous CC standing for Carson City, that coveted CC mint mark. Now, Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint. Folks, by mint standards, the Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria for the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints, which were responsible for the lion's share of the Morgan dollar struck. But I've got some pictures of all four of these mints. We've got a picture of the Philadelphia Mint, and it's an imposing building and what you would expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. And here's the New Orleans Mint. Jack and I spent some time at the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, very large structure. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. Now, Jack and I knew that the Carson City Mint was a very, very small mint. And I got a fascinating story about this. We flew in to Reno, Nevada, It was late in the evening. We drove down to Carson City, and we finally got into town. It was about 10 o'clock at night, and we knew the street that the mint was on, and we must have driven it past it, 2 or 3 times, and we couldn't find the mint. We were expecting a small building, but we didn't realize it was this small. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. When you look at all the Morgan dollars struck by mint, over 600 million Morgan dollars were struck over the entirety of the series. And here's the breakdown by mint. Philadelphia had the lion's share, over 300 million coins. New Orleans, 186 million. San Francisco, 131 million. Denver, only 20 million. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until 1906. It only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year in 1921. And just in that 1 year, they struck over 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint struck Morgan dollars over 13 different years. And the entire mintage was only 13.8 million coins, folks. And the Carson City dollars I have today are the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for the series. Take a look at this mintage chart that shows all the Carson City Morgan dollars struck. The highest mintage was the 1890 CC with 2.3 million. And you see as they get progressively lower, 1879 CC, they didn't even strike 1 million coins, 756,000. And there at the very bottom, the 1881 CC, 296,000 coins. And there at the very bottom, the 1885 CC, only 228,000, folks. Now, it was believed that all the Carson City dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion, over 270 million coins. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. And usually when you see Morgan dollars, they look like the coin I have here. You can go into a coin shop, and even jewelry stores will have Morgan dollars. A lot of families will have old Morgan dollars. They were heavily used for commerce. And then, in the early 1960s, what happened next is so implausible, inconceivable, unbelievable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in some remote corner of one of their cavernous coin vaults at the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City silver dollars, folks. This was in the 1960s that they discovered these coins, struck at the Carson City Mint, which last struck coins in 1893. But here they were, original Carson City mint bags. And here's a mint bag, the kind of burlap bags they were routinely used, with Carson City dollars struck between 1878 and 1893. And this hoard included the 2 lowest mintage Carson City dollars in the mint's history, the 1881 and the 1885. Now, when they discovered these coins, the question was what to do with them. Well, they considered melting them back down, just like they did in 1918 in the Pittman Act, melting them back down for bullion. But instead, they said to themselves, maybe we can make some money with this discovery. And so they hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. And all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, were set aside. The finest uncirculated examples were encapsulated in the early 1970s in what we now refer to as the GSA, Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury, never going into circulation, stored for almost 100 years in mint bags. And they were offered to the public for sale for a substantial premium at the time. And here we see a brochure that was issued by the GSA when they were selling these specially encapsulated Carson City dollars, talking all about the legendary mint, how historic it is. It is, without question, among Morgan dollar collectors, the most coveted mint in the Morgan dollar series. Folks, and that's what I have today. A very limited quantity of the 2 lowest mintage Carson City silver dollars, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder issued in the early 1970s. You take a look at these coins. They should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down. They were supposed to have been in circulation, heavily circulated, but here they were in original mint bags in the United States Treasury. Now, the Carson City Mint operated for a very short time. Silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859. And this was monumental, folks. This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock Lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City Mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock Lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people. It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Now, among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Now, among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have always had a special romance. A most desirable mintage Morgan dollar. To put the low mintage of these Carson City dollars that I have for you today in perspective, I've got a chart. These are all the Morgan and Peace dollars struck from 1878 to 1935. All the mintages from the highest mintage in declining order. Starting with the 1922 Peace dollar, 51 million Peace dollars struck. 1921P Morgan Dollar is the next highest mintage, with about 44 million coins. You get to the bottom of the page, we're still at 12 million, 11 million coins for the 1888, 1889, and now we get to the second page. And we still have mintages over 10 million. We get to the bottom of the page, we're down to about 5 million coins for the 1891S. Now we get to the third page. And here we get to the bottom of that page, and we're down to about 1.5 million coins. We've got some coins that border on being rarities in uncirculated condition. And now we get to the last page. And this is extraordinary. At the top, you see the 1892 CC, very elusive. We go down to the very bottom. 93S, folks. I'm going to show you some prices, what these coins go for, these low mintage Morgan dollars, when they're found in any condition. But at the very bottom, you have the 1881 CC, only 296,000 coins originally struck. And then the 1885 CC, 238,000 coins, folks. These two dates that I have today, again, should not exist. By some miracle, they went into the Treasury's vaults, and they were stored there for nearly 100 years. Bags of 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars discovered in the Treasury vault in the 1960s. I mean, Steven Spielberg couldn't have made a more unlikely plot. It was unbelievable. And you look at these coins, and again, they were sorted at the Treasury. All the circulated coins, all the damaged coins, all the lower quality coins were kicked out. And only the finer 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars were encapsulated, as you see here, folks. These coins in uncirculated condition. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, when I say they're in uncirculated condition, coins are graded on a 70-point scale. The lower the number, the heavier the circulation. For example, this Morgan dollar I showed you might be something like an AG or good condition coin, and it would receive a numerical Sheldon scale number like a 6 or an 8. And here, for example, is one encapsulated, graded by NGC. You can see the heavy circulation. It's a good 6. Now, if the coin has never been in circulation, like these coins, the lowest grade for an uncirculated coin is mint state 60. MS60 represents a coin that's the lowest quality in uncirculated condition. So if you have a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars, there's going to be some in there that are very heavily bag marked, so bag marked that it gets a grade of 60 with an extreme number of bag marks. Again, that's not what you get when you get these Carson City GSA dollars. They took the finer dollars to be encapsulated in these holders. Now, the highest possible grade is 70. That represents perfection under high magnification. There are no Morgan dollars in 70, and there never will be. There have been a couple in MS69, although they're not 1881 CC or 1885 CC Morgan dollars. A very small group of these surfaced, these 1881 CCs and 1885 CCs and these original GSA holders. Jack and I cherry-picked the finer examples. We guarantee they will be above MS60 grade, folks. They're choice, brilliant, uncirculated with minimal bag marks. It's amazing, it's a miracle, it's a once-in-a-lifetime Halley's Comet event. Once these coins are gone, that's it. These lowest mintage Carson City dollars. The best part of all is the price. Low mintage Morgan dollars, folks, can go for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here's some that have higher mintages than the two Carson City dollars we have for you today. Here's an 1895 mint state 61 that sold for over $27,000. Here's another 95 same grade, MS61, very low mint state grade, and it sold for over $35,000. But then you get a 92S, again, higher mintage, MS61, $46,000. a 92S, folks, in circulated condition for over $32,000. 1889 CC, low mintage, very low mintage, of $350,000, mint state 61, $30,000. Now, the one Morgan dollar that we could find that has the lower mintage than our Carson Cities, the 93S, lowest mintage of all, only 100,000 struck. Here's one in mint state 63 condition, over $300,000. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. These GSA 81cc, 85cc, extraordinarily low mintage, have such tremendous long-term potential. The best part of all about these two dates, folks, they are so underrated, so undervalued. The best part of all is the price. The key to our success, when we have some good fortune that comes our way to acquire some rare date Morgan dollars, Liberty Double Eagles, whatever it may be, when we get a great deal, we pass our good fortune on to you. These coins could easily sell for $5,000, $4,000, $3,500 a coin. I have these coins today. The GSA 1881cc, a limited time offer. We have these available for only $995. The fourth lowest mintage Morgan dollar in the entire Morgan and Peace dollar series, folks. In the original GSA holder, it doesn't get any better than this. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, if you've never bought a Morgan dollar, I would strongly urge you to consider these two dates. These are national treasures struck at the Carson City Mint. $995. And then you have the 1885cc, 228,000 originally struck. It's rare in any condition, folks, and it's only $1,395. However, I would urge you to get the set, folks. You get the pair. You can own both for only $2,295 for both the 1881cc and 1885cc. Now, again, we have limited quantities of these. This is a ground floor opportunity. This really is a must-buy. If you've never bought a Morgan dollar, if you never buy another Morgan dollar, you get these two coins. These are coins that you should keep in the family, pass down to your kids, your grandkids. Carson City Mint Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage issues in the Carson City series. And we have a two-payment option for the set of two. Put half down today of $1,147.50, and we'll hold the two-coin set for you, folks. That's a savings of $95. $1,147.50 down today. We'll hold two of these aside for you. Put it in our vault with your name on it and pay the balance in 30 days. Again, these are GSA encapsulated in the early 1970s, the lowest mintage Carson City dollars in beautiful, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition, folks. Coins that should not exist, that were discovered in a treasury vault in the 1960s in original mint bags, similar to what you see here. It really is a miracle discovery. And once these are gone, that's it. I mean, the government sold all those dollars that they discovered in the 1960s through sales in the early 1970s, and we've got the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for you today at a great, great price of only $2,295 for the set. This is just a great opportunity to acquire these key low mintage issues in the Morgan dollar series from that storied Carson City Mint. These are true national treasures. I am so thrilled to be able to offer these two dates today. We've never had this kind of offer before. We came across a great group of these dollars. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples that you see here today. Now, if you just want to buy one date, there is a limit of 3 per caller, okay? We can't have somebody calling in and buying 20 1881 cc's or 20 1885 cc's because we have a limited quantity. We have a lot of people who call in who want the set. So if you just want one date, it's a limit of 3 per customer. Okay, I must emphasize that. So here we have 2 Carson City Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage Carson City Morgan dollars in the entire Carson City series. The 1881 cc, they only struck 296,000 examples. The 1885 cc, 238,000 coins, folks. When you have Morgan dollars that for some years, some of the mints struck 10, 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint was a small mint. They had a limited production. And in 1881 and 1885, they had the lowest production in the entire Carson City series. And we have these coins, these discovery coins that should not exist, that were discovered in the United States Treasury in the 1960s. They were encapsulated in special Government Services Administration holders. Only the finest examples went into the GSA holders, folks. Any coins that were circulated or damaged did not go into these special GSA holders. This is a great, great opportunity at a great, great buy it now price. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thanks for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Today, I'm excited to be offering you one of the most stunning classic coins created during the Renaissance of American coinage, a period of time when all circulating U.S. coinage was redesigned in order to make beautiful art more accessible. And this is a coin that's rare. And this is a coin I believe in. And this is a coin that I feel offers exceptional quality and potential. Now, oftentimes, I'll have new collectors ask me, if I was going to pick one rare coin to add to my collection, what should it be? One coin series I would highly recommend would be the $10 St. Gaudens Indian Head Gold Eagle, which was struck from 1907 to 1933. St. Gaudens' legacy is widely known to be his $20 double eagle coin, but something that a lot of people don't know is that St. Gaudens himself actually preferred his Indian head design. In fact, he initially planned the Indian head design to be displayed on the double eagle as the denomination that was more, prestigious, the biggest coin. And he felt the most artistic design should be used on that most prestigious coin. And in the end, however, Theodore Roosevelt, opted to place the Indian head on the gold eagle, which is what we see here today. As one of the only 2 coins that St. Gaudens designed, the $10 gold eagle Indian head coin is a must-have for any collection. But knowing that it was his preferred design just adds so much more to the significance of this coin. Now, St. Gaudens Indian Head $10 piece is referred to as a gold eagle. And up until 1850, the gold eagle was the largest gold coin denomination issued by the U.S. Mint for commerce, containing about a ½ ounce of gold. These coins are favorites among collectors simply because of their classic beauty. It all started with the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt, who became president in 1901. One of his great missions of the time was to completely redesign our coinage of the day. This was a pet project of his. And this was done in favor of the middle class, really. Roosevelt was a man of the people, and he felt that art, truly great art, shouldn't just be available to the wealthy, it should be available to all Americans. And what a better way to make art accessible than by placing it on our coinage and having it be in the pockets of the people. And on top of that, I mean, U.S. coins are one of the first things that the world sees. You know, other people coming from other countries, they see our coinage, and it should be something impressive. It should be a work of art that people can appreciate. When Theodore Roosevelt looked at our coinage at the time, he was uninspired, and that's putting it pretty lightly. In fact, he wrote a letter to the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary Leslie Shaw, on December 27, 1904. Now, it was a short letter, only a couple sentences long, but he got to the point. He says, "I think the state of our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Would it be possible, without asking permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage which would have some beauty?" Again, that was 1904. And from that point on, Roosevelt went on to try and enlist the renowned artist Augustus St. Gaudens. But St. Gaudens was very hesitant to ever work with the U.S. Mint. I mean, this is because he'd once designed a medal for the Mint, and this was around 1892, and St. Gaudens had just a horrible experience. Essentially, without his permission, the Mint redesigned the reverse of the medal, and just, think about that. As an artist, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into a piece of work, and without notice, you see it's been completely changed. I mean, you just don't do that. You don't do that to any artist, let alone Augustus St. Gaudens. I mean, this guy was known as one of the greatest artists of all time, and these guys just changed his reverse without telling him. So it is not surprising that after that experience, he swore that he would never have anything to do with the U.S. Mint again. But this didn't stop Theodore Roosevelt from trying. Through constant perseverance, after countless letters and meetings, Roosevelt finally was able to persuade St. Gaudens that they had a similar artistic vision, for the future of our country's coinage. So he enlisted St. Gaudens to redesign, pretty much all of our coins, ranging from the cent up to the $20 gold piece. But unfortunately, by 1907, St. Gaudens knew that he was losing his battle with cancer. And in the end, he was only able to complete two designs: the $20 gold piece, the double eagle, and the $10 gold eagle. To this day, we consider the $20 St. Gaudens gold double eagle as one of the classics. It's generally considered, the United States' most beautiful coin. But then there's this $10 gold piece known as the Indian Head Gold Eagle, the St. Gaudens Indian Head Gold Eagle. And it is just equally stunning. And like I mentioned before, St. Gaudens himself actually preferred this Indian head design over the double eagle design that was chosen, even advocating for this design to be placed on the $20 double eagle because he thought its artistic merit was so high. And now, eventually, Theodore Roosevelt had the final say, and he used the Indian head design on the gold eagles, just like the ones you see here with me today. The coin I have for you today is a 1910 Philadelphia Mint issue $10 St. Gaudens Indian Head Gold Eagle. Now, the original total mintage for this coin was only 318,500 coins, and that is a tiny number. Now, I have about 75 examples here, and for this coin, for a coin this rare, this is a massive hoard. I mean, these coins just should not exist. I've been collecting coins since I'm a little kid for about 40 years now, and I have never seen this many examples of this issue, 1910 Philadelphia $10 St. Gaudens Gold Eagle, in one place. It is a miracle that these coins exist today. The only reason that these coins are still around today is the European bank hoard. But we rarely get $10 Indian Head Gold Eagles from that European gold hoard. Now, normally, the coins from this hoard are double eagles because when you're shipping a large amount of money to Europe, it's far more efficient to use the largest coin, the highest denomination coin. And the Indian Head Gold Eagle, on the other hand, is just rarely seen in that bank hoard. And the couple of times we did have them, They were 1907s. You know, we haven't had 1910s. This is just an unseen date. Now, these coins were struck for commerce, and they were struck in mass. And all these coins, when they were struck, they'd be ejected from the dies, you know, from the coining press. They'd be ejected into a bin. They'd be falling on top of each other. They'd be abrading with each other. They then get thrown into bags. They'd be transported hundreds of miles to banks all over the country. And by the time these coins would arrive at their destination, you know, they'd have gouges, they'd have bag marks, and most of them would look nothing like the coins we have here today. Like I said, these are coins that should not exist. And when we're talking about populations, we see that only 1,571 of these 1910p Indian heads have been graded mint state 63 condition by PCGS. Now you compare that to the original mintage of 318,500 coins. I mean, that is not even 1/2 of 1% of that entire mintage that have survived to be graded mint state 63 condition by PCGS. And what is most important to understand about these coins is the extreme rarity compared to the $20 gold double eagle. Here is a chart I made that's really instructive, comparing the populations of the St. Gaudens double eagle to the St. Gaudens $10 Indian head gold eagle. So both of these coins were struck during the same time period, 1907 and 1933. These are the two different St. Gaudens designs. You have the gold double eagle, which we generally call the St. Gaudens. It's that walking liberty. And then we have the Indian head coin we have here today. Let me show you. During this period of 1907 to 1933, they struck over 70 million of the double eagle, but less than 15 million of the $10 Indian head. So right from day one, right from the start, if all these coins, you know, still existed today and they just put them in a bank vault and they were saved, this would be less than a quarter of the survivorship. I mean, there are more than 4 times as many of these St. Gaudens made. Now keep in mind, over the years, a lot of these coins were melted. The only reason these coins really survived is because of this European bank hoard. And of course, mostly $20 coins, like I said, were sent to the European bank hoard. So you look at the population that have survived today in mint state condition. So this is based on PCGS, how many coins they've graded in mint state condition, meaning a coin grading MS 60 or higher. There's over 1 million St. Gaudens gold double eagles, but only 174,000, less than 175,000 of that $10 Indian head St. Gaudens gold eagle. So you see how tiny it is. And then we get to the population that we see here, the mint state 63 population. Only 300,000 of those St. Gaudens double eagles have survived in this grade. But for the $10 St. Gaudens Indian head gold eagle, it's just a mere 53,492 coins, a tiny fraction of the population. And then keep in mind that this 1910 is a minuscule fraction of this number, and I'm going to show you that in a minute because it is less than 2,000 coins. But I'm going to come to that chart a little later. You'll be shocked when you see how few of these survive in this condition. And then you can compare that mintage here, and you see a lot more double eagles were minted than the $10 gold eagles. Then you look at how few survivors there are in mint state condition. When you get to the MS63 grade, like the coins we have here, there's about 6 times more St. Gaudens double eagles graded in mint state 63 than there are the St. Gaudens Indian head $10 gold eagles. And then you get higher, in higher grades, that ratio goes up, 15, 30, 40 times. It is incredible. The $10 gold Indian head, the St. Gaudens Indian head gold eagle, is extremely rare in high grades. Now, the bottom line is that only 1 in every 278 St. Gaudens Indian head gold eagles has survived in mint state 63 or higher by PCGS here today. Now, these coins are so rare, and we're lucky enough today to be offering you the 1910 Indian Head Gold Eagles in mint state 63 condition. Like I showed you on that last chart, only 53,000 or so, less than 54,000 of those St. Gaudens Indian Head Gold Eagles have survived to be graded by PCGS in mint state 63 condition. Now, what's even more incredible is of that 53,000, so few of them are from this 1910 Philadelphia issue. I want to compare this to one of my favorite dates in the series here, the 1932 Indian Head. And 1932 is a great year. It's the final year that you could collect. They did make coins in 1933. Almost all those were melted like almost immediately after they were struck. It's a six-figure coin. So the 1932, for kind of all intents and purposes, is kind of the last collectible grade. It's a coin I love. When I find these coins, I buy every one. It's a coin that is always so popular among collectors. And when you compare how rare this 1910 is to that 1932, I think it's going to floor you. The 1932, there's almost 26,000, about 25,000 coins graded in mint state 63. That is a tiny population, just 25,000 coins. But then you look at that 1910 Indian Head, the coin we have here today. So as you can see here, only 1,571 coins, not less than 16,000, less than 1,600. A tiny amount of these coins are graded. It's more than 15 times rarer than this 1932, but we're not going to be asking 15 times the price. Let me show you what those 1932s bring. Here's one. Actually, this is a grade lower than the coin we have here today. This is a mint state 62, so a coin that's going to have some more bag marks than what you're going to see on the coins we have here today. But this coin is $5,700. Here's another one, not even certified. I'm looking at that coin. Looks a little weird to me. I'm guessing if it's not certified, there's probably a reason. Maybe there's, the coin's been cleaned or doctored, who knows. But this coin, not even certified, $2,800. Now, we have some of the finest examples of this 1910 Indian Head Gold Eagle here in the exceptional grade of mint state 63, higher quality than those 1932s I showed you. And I'm telling you, they're not going to be 15 times the price, even though they're more than 15 times rare. There were a lot of lower grade coins in this group that we looked at. There were mint state 60s and 61s, but we cherry picked these beautiful mint state 63 examples for you. These coins we have today, they were struck in 1910, and they essentially remained in a bag until now. That's the only way, the only reason that coins like this survive in this condition. They came from a bag, it was stored in Europe, bag was brought back decades later, and now they've been graded after all these years of sitting in a vault. And today I have these coins in mint state 63, and these examples are only $2,295. I showed you a date that's 15, 16 times more common, and those coins are bringing 2,800, even 5,700 in lower grades than we have today. And this coin, like I said, it's not going to be 10 or 15 times the price of those coins, even though it's 10 or 15 times, even more rare than that. These coins, like I said, are only $2,295. We're able through our contacts to get these coins at an incredible price and pass that savings on to you. These coins, this is a classic American coin, struck from almost a half an ounce of gold. And don't forget, you can buy with confidence here because Rare Collectibles TV, we have a 30-day numismatic money back guarantee. And I mean, pretty much nobody ever takes advantage of it because the coins we have here are just so incredible. But it's there. And this is the type of coin that I would love for everyone watching right now to be able to acquire. This is a low mintage date, rarely comes out of the European bank hoard, and this is just remarkable. This is the perfect type of coin to keep in the family, to pass it on to the kids, make it a family heirloom, and it's in mint state 63 condition. This is just unbelievable. You can use our convenient 2-payment plan as well to make it even easier. Just put half down, $1,147.50. We will hold on to one of these treasures for you in our vault until you pay that balance in 30 days. It's just an incredible opportunity. So what is this European bank hoard that I was talking about? What is the European bank hoard that saved these coins? Well, the European bank hoard really started with the Great Depression in the 1920s. You know, this was an economically devastating time. Unemployment was about 25% at the time. It was estimated that in just a year, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in 1 year. And at this time, there was no FDIC, no federal deposit insurance. So if you saved up for 20, 30 years and you went to the bank and it was shuttered, it was closed, that was it, you're wiped out. That was your nest egg, was gone. Your life savings completely gone. And this was happening to hundreds of thousands of American families across the country. I mean, it was just devastating. I mean, I can't imagine what that was like for people back then. I mean, there were so many Americans who had their money in banks and they were just afraid they were going to lose it all. You know, they were shaken by what was going on. You know, people were worried that this could happen to them. So they began pulling their money out of the banks and they were exchanging their paper money for gold. They didn't want to pull paper money. They wanted gold, because gold, I mean, think about it, through history, thousands of years ago, pretty much every culture around the world has used gold as money. That's why gold always retains its value. It's been so prevalent for so long. So people are pulling their money out of the banks. They're exchanging it for gold because they don't know, what their paper money could be worth in a week, if it's going to be worth anything. But they knew gold would always have value. So all this money was being taken out of the banks. Gold is being bought up. Gold is being hoarded. And it had a massive impact on the banking system. So in April of 1933, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. He had to put a stop to this hoarding of gold. He had to put a stop to people taking all their money out of the banks and hoarding gold. So what he did was he made it illegal to own more than $100 worth of gold in the U.S. And if you were found violating this executive order, there was a very heavy consequence. I mean, you could get a $10,000 fine, you get 10 years in jail, you could actually get both. You could get a $10,000 fine and 10 years in jail. I mean, just for having over $100 of gold. So if gold was about $20 an ounce at the time, and these Indian head St. Gaudens eagles are about a half an ounce of gold each. So if you owned 11 of these coins, you could get fined $10,000 or get 10 years in prison. I mean, I'd be in jail for having the coins I have on the display here, And believe me, the government at that time, they were strict on their citizens. I mean, this was for the greater good of the country. They arrested quite a few people who were in violation of this. This was no joke. So, I mean, this put people in a real dilemma. They could keep their money in the bank, and the bank could potentially go under, like happened to all these other people, or they could hoard gold and, potentially get severely fined, go to jail. However, there was another option. This executive order said you couldn't hold coin in this country, but what if you had your gold and you shipped it overseas to another country? So early in the 1930s, what a lot of Americans did was they accumulated gold while it was still legal, and then they would ship it in bags to banks in Europe. And these coins pretty much stayed there until recently. All right, now you might be thinking, what did the U.S. Mint do with all the gold that was collected? Well, they took these coins and they melted them down into gold bars. And of all the denominations that they melted, the denomination that was most severely impacted was the $10 gold eagle. Now, let me show you this chart here. So as you see here, you look at this chart, you see that 47.5% of all the gold eagles that were ever struck were melted down. You see all these $20, you know, is 39%, 33%. You see all these different ones. The $10 Gold Eagle that we're talking about here today, almost half of these coins that were ever struck ended up being officially melted down by the mint during this period, 47.15%. That was all melted down because of that Executive Order 6102. So if you look at this total mintage for this issue, this 1910 Philadelphia St. Gaudens Gold Eagle, you look at that mintage of 318,500 coins. Now, if you cut out 47% of that mintage, you'd end up with about 160,000 coins. Now, you know, were half of these specific coins, you know, this specific issue melted down, you know, who knows, maybe not. You know, maybe a third of them were melted. You know, that means you've lost 120,000 coins. You know, who knows what it is? I mean, you know, are there 200,000 coins left of this issue? Yeah, probably not. I mean, who knows exactly how many were melted, but there were a lot of these coins melted. And this is what absolute rarity means. There are just so few examples of these coins that exist in any condition that finding one is just a difficult thing to do in any condition. Now, if you're new to numismatics, you might be wondering, you know, what mint state 63 means. I've been talking about the quality of these coins, mint state 63. Now, the coins are graded on a 70-point scale. From a low of 1, which is heavily circulated, a coin, you can hardly tell what it is. The devices are so worn, you know, you can hardly see anything on the coin, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. Now, when you get into grades of 60 or higher, this is what is considered mint state or uncirculated. Now, these brilliant uncirculated or mint state coins represent the finest quality. These 1910 Indian head examples that we have today are graded mint state 63 condition. These are solidly in uncirculated condition here. There is no question about that. These 1910 Indian heads are some of the finest you could find for this issue. And again, these coins are struck in large quantities. They're ejected into bins, they abrade against each other. From there, they get put into counting machines, they get thrown into bags, they get rattled around, they get shipped to banks across the country. By the time you get one of these coins from a teller at the bank, you know, back in 1910, you know, they would have a lot of bag marks and gouges and things, and generally you wouldn't find these coins in the quality you have here today. You know, these have somehow survived in this unprecedented, incredible, remarkable condition. It is just so remarkable that these coins survive to look like this. This coin is just an American classic from the 20th century. One of just 2 coins that St. Gaudens was able to design before his death, and the one he actually preferred, the one he wanted to put on the $20 coin. Again, he was commissioned to redesign the majority of our coins, you know, up through that $20 gold piece. And unfortunately, because of his failing health, he passed away before this Indian head Gold Eagle coin was, you know, before they were even released in 1907. And here is one of those rare specimens, the 1910, in mint state condition, for just 2 payments of just $1,147.50. This is a limited time offer. These coins are so hard to get. These coins are irreplaceable. That is so vitally important for you to understand. When we talk about the 1910, it has such a low mintage, and these examples are in such great condition. I mean, look at this coin. This coin has it all. Look at the eye appeal, the quality, the rarity. Look at this piece. This is just an absolute American classic. The $10 American Gold Eagle, the St. Gaudens Indian head Gold Eagle, for only 2 payments of just $1,147.50. $147.50. Every detail is fully struck, lustrous. This is just a gorgeous coin struck from almost a half an ounce of gold. I rarely get to offer dates like this, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to offer these 1910 Philadelphia St. Gaudens Indian Head Gold Eagles in mint state 63 condition ever again. You know, I'd be lucky if I could, but I'm not sure that'll ever happen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a coin designed by one of the greatest American sculptors ever to live, not just in numismatics, sculptors, period. One of the greatest American artists ever, Augustus St. Gaudens. This is more than just a beautiful coin. This is a national treasure. Please, I hope you are able to take advantage of this tremendous offer. They're just spectacular coins. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you for joining me today.
Maska, and this is Rare Collectibles TV. Each week, I bring you Rick's U.S. Coin Show, featuring rare, unique, and collectible coins showcasing our country's numismatic history. I've been a coin collector all my life who happens to talk each week on TV about coins. I'm not a salesperson up here on TV selling coins. Rather, I'm a coin guy on TV, hopefully sharing all the information I've learned about coins during the last 35 years. To me, coins are about history, quality, numismatic passion, our heritage. Our goal here on Rare Collectibles TV is to share our knowledge, our years and decades of experience with you, the viewer. And hopefully in the short presentations we give you, you can learn something that has taken us 30, 35 years to learn. And even if you don't buy a single coin, if you've learned something, it's all good.
It's been a long time since I've been able to give a presentation on wheatback Lincoln cents in gem red condition. And the thing is, I love the wheatback Lincolns because they are so elusive in gem red condition, and they're still so affordable. And that's why I love doing them, because there's so much opportunity for the collector of today. And the challenge on my part is getting the coins. Now, I've finally got this set put together, folks. It's the last decade of the Denver Mint wheatback Lincolns from 1950 to 1958, struck at the Denver Mint. After 1958, they changed the reverse of the Lincoln to the Memorial reverse. And they also started striking a lot more Lincoln cents from 1959 onward. But the wheatbacks are what I love to focus on because, again, they ended in 1950 before collecting really took off. So you don't have very many of these Lincolns that have survived in pristine red condition. And that's the key with the Lincoln cents. I mean, one of the first books I started working on when I was a kid was the Lincoln wheatback Lincoln cent series, because I could find them in change. And I would look through my grandmother's change and my parents' change. And, you know, here are your, typical Lincoln cents. This is actually a complete set. This is not my original set, but this is a set that is complete. But you can see there, except for the steel cents struck in 1943, all these have a kind of a chocolatey brown color, these wheatback Lincolns. There's a couple here that look fairly, that coin isn't too bad, but they're all kind of a chocolatey brown, and that's what happens with copper. That copper is the most reactive of all the metals, and so if you can find a wheatback Lincoln that was just absolutely carefully stored from an original roll, and to get it in gem condition, you've really got something special. In fact, you look at, it's the toughest coin there is of all the denominations to get in, for example, in 6/8 red condition. This set I have here, all the Denver Mints from 50 to 58D, the highest grade any of these dates has ever received is an MS67 red. There are no MS68 reds. That's how difficult they are. Here's a few comps, just to give you an idea of the prices these coins can command. This happens to be a 53 Philadelphia Mint in 6/7 red. Tough coin. 6-7 red, $14,000. Here's a 57D in 6-7 red, $2,800. Now here's a chart I put together, and this is a composite of all the Lincoln cents graded in MS60 red and higher condition in this series, from the 1950 Denver Mint through the 1958 Denver Mint. The total population's MS60 and higher. Now, in red condition, that's the key. In other words, that original as-struck bright copper red condition. And this is what makes them so difficult and so rare, and the set I have today is so affordable. There's so much opportunity. That's the good news. The bad news is I have a limited number of these sets, folks. I have fewer than 50 sets. So that's my restriction, and that's why I can't spend too long on this presentation. But you look at the 50D there. This is just MS60 and higher. It's not MS65, MS60. 3,800 coins, 51D, 4,600 coins. You see there, fewer than 5,000 coins until you get to the 54D. And finally, you get to the last Wheatback Lincoln in the series, the 58D, you've got over 10,000. Okay, that's I'd say the least rare of the entire group. Take a look at the coins in this set, beginning with the first issue, the 50D. Look at the bright red color, MS65 red. Look at that beautiful original copper color. MS65 red, RD for red. With that label, RD, that's very important, the RD for red, because you have 3 different grades if the coin has toned or tarnished. If it goes to, if it changes color, starts to turn a little brown, and it's still MS65, they'll call it 65RB. And that drops the value considerably. And if it turns completely brown, you could have it as 65, but it would be with a BN designation, and the value drops even more. It's getting it not just in 65, but with that RD for red designation. Here's an example. Here you've got a 55D in MS65 red and a 55P in MS66 red-brown. It's a higher numerical grade, but it's a RB designation. And that 66 red-brown is not valued as highly as this 65 red, because this is the difficulty with these Lincoln cents, getting that original color. And you look at the red-brown, and you can see, how it's on its way to developing that toning, approaching that chocolate brown color. If it was darker on the obverse and reverse, then it would be a BN, and the value would drop further. And you flip the coins over, you could see the same kind of distinction between the red-brown and the full red coin. It's an amazing, again, you're getting a coin 60 years old with the original color. It has to be perfectly stored, folks. You see the bright red color there, the original red color, beautiful original bright as-struck copper look. And then to get it in MS65. And then we go to the red-brown, and there's a distinct difference. You see how much darker that copper has gotten, and it gets an RB designation. It's extraordinary. Now here we have the set. I have really limited quantities of these. And here's the deal. I can offer you individual examples of every date in this set except for the 1950D. The 50D, because of very limited quantities, if you want the entire set, it will include the 50D. But I cannot offer individual examples. I can offer you individual examples of every other coin in this set. However, there is a limit of 1 coin per date per customer. If you want to get 3, 4 different dates, you can get 1 of each of those dates, but you can't, for example, order 2 51Ds or 3 51Ds, because again, might get somebody calling in and ordering 30 51Ds, and then we wouldn't have any sets. We get so many people who want the complete set. So the 51D, folks, the 51D, total population, all grades, MS60 red and higher, only 4,700 coins graded. I've got the 51D for only $59. The 52D, the total population, only about 4,800 coins graded MS60 red and higher, only is $49. The 53D is only $49. And the 54D, population of about 5,100 coins graded MS60 and higher, and these are 6.5 reds, only $39. The 55D is only $29. The 56D is only $29. And the last two dates in the Wheatback series from the Denver Mint, the 57D, 6.5 red, only $29, and the 58D, only $29. Now you add all of those up. And folks, if you figured the 50D, the key date in this set, at the same price as the 51D, let's say we had it at $59, that would come to $371. But while I have these sets, and again, I have fewer than 50 sets, you can get one entire set, all 9 coins, for only $329. Call in now. It's taken me over 6 months to put this small group of sets together. $329. That's about $36.50 a coin for these really, really undervalued, bright red 6.5 Wheatback Lincolns from a bygone era when the people were just not collecting these coins as they're collecting coins today. There are very, very few of these put away where you can find them in original rolls. I mean, if you get an original roll of 58Ds, most of them there will be toned. Very few will be grade 6.5 and especially 6.5 red. And here I've got the entire set, folks, for only $329. Now again, if you want to get individual examples, I cannot offer the 50D individually because that's the coin I have the least of. So if you want a 1951D MS65 red, I can offer you one of those coins for only $59 for a 51D MS65 RD condition. $59, limit 1 per customer. The 1952D MS65 red RD. Again, limit 1 per customer. You can get as many different dates as you want, but no more than one of any particular date. The 52D is only $49. The next date, the 1953D MS65 red condition. Beautiful, bright red condition. In gem red condition. The 53D is also only $49. Only about 4,600 coins graded in red condition, MS60 and higher. And here is a 6.5 red for only $49. And then the next date, the 54D MS65 red is only $39. And then we get to the 55D, only about 6,500 graded, PCGS and NGC combined, all grades MS60 and higher, red condition. And I have this coin for only $29. Great, great opportunity for the collector of today. $29 for a gem red 55 Denver Mint Lincoln. And then we wind up, we're getting to the end of the Wheatback series. Here's the 56D. MS65 red. A 6.7 red, folks, is going to be thousands of dollars. Here's a 65 red, and it's only $29. The 57D, I just showed you a comp where a 6.7 red is almost $3,000. Here's a 65 red, again, only $29. So rare, so beautiful, such a value. And finally, the last date in the series, the last of the Wheatback Lincolns, the 1958 Denver Mint in 6.5 red, also only $29. Or you can get the entire set that includes the 1950D, which I cannot offer as an individual example because that's the restricting coin in this set that I have the fewest of. But if you get the entire set, you'll get the 50D, and the entire set, folks, is only $329 for those 9 coins in beautiful gem red condition. We've got a lot of people calling in on this, and it looks like almost everyone is getting the set. And folks, this is a great time to be a collector, to be able to get these extraordinary wheatback Lincolns. I love the wheatback Lincolns, and you know, it's really a thrill every time I get to do a wheatback Lincoln offering when I can find these coins in gem red condition. It's such a challenge, and the thing I love about it is that they are still so affordable. And the challenge in my end is being able to put these sets together. It's so difficult. Again, I had fewer than 50 of the complete sets. We've already sold at least a dozen there. It looks like the phones are locked. Can't stay long on this because limited quantities of the 50D, 51D, 52D, 53D, 54D. I have limited quantities of all of those first 5 issues, okay? But it's the 50D I have the fewest of. They're all tough, but especially those first 5 issues, just a fantastic set that I hope you take advantage of. This is a great, great set. We're going to have some other, you know, Mint State Lincoln wheatback presentations in the future as I am able to put these sets together. But it's a real challenge. It's a real challenge on my end to be able to get this kind of quality and then to be able to offer it at these kinds of prices. So I hope you are able to take advantage of this and put one of these away, because it's going to be really, really good to you. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I was just reminiscing with Sasha, my oldest daughter, about if she remembers the days. You were in high school at the time when I was working on this book?
Yes.
And throughout high school, actually, I was working in the evenings. I was this, you know, every night. You know, I had my regular coin job, but this project took up my evenings every, you know, it was a couple hours every night. And it was it was like I had to be in my own little world, I guess, for a while. And it was a real challenge. It was an incredible challenge, but as I wrote in this book, it was a series that I believed so strongly in, and that I thought was such a great series for collectors, that somebody had to write a book about it. You know, the information had to get out there. My template was Wayne Miller's Morgan and Peace Dollar textbook, where he had pictures of exceptional Morgan dollars for every date, along with a date-by-date analysis. And that's what I used for this book as my template, something that gave the collector a good date-by-date analysis, along with great pictures, great information, so that it could be useful not just for the collector of that day, but for future generations of collectors as well. And I'm very happy that I've pretty much achieved my goal. When you look at all the population estimates I have as far as the rarity of the various dates, and again, this book was completed around 1991, it's pretty darn accurate. It was completed before PCGS and NGC had a cameo, a deep cameo designation. The book was the inspiration for PCGS eventually adopting a deep cameo designation. And I was shocked about a year and a half ago. Jackie saw my book advertised on Amazon. And there were some guys asking, they had new copies and they were asking $700, $800, $900 for them.
Wow.
I was totally shocked by it. But I'm very proud of the book. And I love, first of all, I love the Franklin series because it has so much potential for the collector of today. I mean, there are Franklins that are on the cover of this book that when this book came out, this was like at the time, I don't know, may have been about a $500 coin. Today it's a $7,000, $8,000 coin. I mean, this 51 here was maybe a $1,500 coin back when the book came out. Now it's maybe $10,000 to $15,000 coin. And my focus is on the long term. And my biggest concern of late is that everything I wrote about in this book is really coming to pass, in that these nice proof coins are just so hard to find nowadays. And that's my biggest challenge, because this is something that I've specialized in, and the coins are an incredible value at current levels. And it's more of a challenge than ever before finding superb, exceptional examples. Now, first of all, if you're new to collecting, for all you new viewers out there or new collectors, there are two different kinds of coins basically struck by the U.S. Mint. There's coins struck for commercial use, the kind that are meant for spending. And Sasha has an example of a Mint State Franklin that was struck for commercial use. The Mint doesn't go to any kind of particular effort in creating these coins. They're struck off of high-speed presses, dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. There's you can see the spot there. You can see the abrasion on the upper cheekbone of Franklin from the abrading with other coins while it gets dumped into the bins. They go through coin counters. So by the time you get it from the bank, even though it may never have been circulated, it's going to have a lot of marks all over it. And that's your typical, and that's an uncirculated Mint State Franklin, a coin struck for commercial use. Now, I've always been fascinated by the proof coins. Proof coins are coins that are struck especially for collectors. The Mint goes to a lot of trouble to make proof coins. Back in the Franklin era, they would take dies and polish them to a very high mirror-like surface, give the coin blanks a similar treatment, a kind of a polishing treatment, and then slowly feed them into the die, then strike them under higher pressure at least twice to bring out every detail, and then individually handle the coin. They wouldn't allow them to braid with other coins. Sasha's got an example of a proof Franklin, and you could see the big difference. While that 63D was real satiny, this proof has a black mirrored field. That's actual mirror. And that's a 1959 proof Franklin. Now, folks, I've got a coin today that you can own for $79 that I don't think there's another silver half dollar in U.S. coinage that you can own that offers you this much eye appeal, this much quality, and this much rarity as the ones I have for you today. This is a very special moment. I talked about this collection in another presentation, but these proof coins are, this collection that I have been acquiring is just the most extraordinary collection of proof Franklins I've ever handled, and I've been doing this since the early 1980s. Now, the gentleman responsible, I had known for many, many years. I'm making him famous. I nicknamed him Harry the Hoarder, because he was not just a person who accumulated junk coins. He had a really good grading eye, and he accumulated and put away coins that he knew were really nice coins for the date, really nice quality, and he just accumulated them. And he had a very good grading eye. Many of the finest known coins struck by the U.S. Mint were coins that he submitted for grading. That's how good his grading eye was. He passed away in 2014. And he's been liquidating, his wife was slowly liquidating his estate with the help of his assistant, who was, because his wife didn't have any numismatic knowledge, and his assistant has been helping her with this. And you know, for example, I've spoken about the 55S Lincolns that he had, where he owned bags and bags of 1955 San Francisco Mint Lincoln cents, or uncirculated bags. And you look at the 55S population on NGC, the number of coins that have been graded in MS-67 red, which is the highest grade that date's ever received. There's about 2,800 examples that have been graded at MS-67 red, that ultimate grade. Approximately half of them came from Harry's estate, his hoards. And so it was with these proof coins. I think the proof coins struck after World War II through the early 70s, I think these were his crown jewels. Some of the sets he put aside with the half dollars, quarters, dimes, nickels, and cents, he hand selected, and very carefully for the most flawless examples. And it's been a long time. It's a few years. I've been, you know, when he was alive, I knew he had these coins. There was no way he wanted to, you know, to sell those to me. He would sell me other things. Always a great guy to work with, but and he was a very honest guy, you know, and he was a very fast talker. I always, if you haven't seen one of these presentations about Harry before, I always imagined he was chain smoking unfiltered cigarettes and drinking cups of espresso coffee, because it's like he was so hyper. You know, he was just, and I could barely get a word in edgewise when we had conversations. So anyway, we have these proof Franklins, folks, and I've just had some of them graded, and they're phenomenal, and they're at a great price. They're such great coins. Let me give you a little bit of background about proof Franklin half dollars. Proof Franklin half dollars are really an extraordinary series. The Mint State Franklins were first struck in 1948. They didn't begin striking the proofs, however, until 1950. They hadn't struck proof coins, the Mint hadn't struck proof coins since 1942 because of the World War II. When they resumed proof making in 1950, it was like it was a lost art. I think the original craftsmen that they had back in 1942 when they were preparing proof dies, I have a feeling that they were no longer working at the Mint in 1950, because the general quality of proof coins being made in those early years of the 1950s was really inferior, and among the poorest quality proof coins I've seen the U.S. Mint ever strike. And I have to go back to pre-1858 when they were striking coins, you know, pre-1858, during the steam press during the screw press era in the early 1800s. Because you can look at some proof coins that have been well preserved from the 1800s, and they're phenomenal quality. I mean, they're phenomenal, but these early proof Franklins were generally horrible, and that's one of the things that makes them, the nice ones, so valuable. Because once in a while, you would get a die that was very well prepared, and that was well polished, and where the coin blanks were well prepared, and the coins were well struck and handled carefully. Back during this era of the Franklin half dollars, die preparation was a lot more of a craft. 1964 was the last year proofs were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The series was abruptly discontinued after 1963 because of the tragic assassination of President Kennedy. And so Congress voted in December of 1963 to commemorate the late president on the half dollar for 1964. So they passed special legislation to replace the Franklin with the Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Otherwise, the Franklins were scheduled to be struck for 25 years. That's the standard law that had been passed, legislation that any coin design was to have been struck for at least 25 years. So they had to pass special legislation to strike this Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Now, for the collector of Franklins, though, this is a great thing, because what this means is the Franklins are the last half dollar struck entirely in 90% silver. When they struck the Kennedy, and at the Philadelphia Mint, when they struck the Kennedy half dollar in proof in 1964, that was the last year they made proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint on 90% silver planchets. Because in 1965, they converted the half dollar from 90% silver to 40% silver. So for all these years, going back into the likes of which I will never see again. It was so large. I mean, this is a man who collected. He was at every coin show every weekend. He was always on the teletype. He worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, except when he took a day off to go golfing. He was kind of hyperactive. He chain smoked cigarettes, and he drank coffee all day long. And whenever I talked to him, I would get 2 or 3 words in for every 50 he got in. I mean, he was working at, I mean, I'm talking, I think I'm talking fast now, just increase that speed by, you double that speed, and you'll have an idea of what it was like talking to Harry. But I loved the guy. He was really honest, and he was always, I always knew that when he said he had a nice coin, that with his eye, that I could count on him having something nice for me. And this collection from him is just a dream come true for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. Let's run through it once more. At the very bottom there, we've got these 1964 year sets. We have them in proof 67 condition, which is an extraordinary grade. Dealers are selling the $50 alone for $250, $300. I've got the complete set for only $169. Again, I forgot to mention, these will all be encapsulated in these latest state-of-the-art NGC holders. These holders are sonically sealed. They're airtight. They're made from an inert material, so the coins will not tone. Additionally, the plastics used are the highest medical-grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with. On the other hand, they will preserve your coins like you see them now. 20, 30 years from now, they will be every bit as magnificent as they are today. The 6-7 sets, only $169 for one, $489 for 3, $795 for 5. These magnificent Proof 68s, and this is the buy of the lifetime here, because they're only $20 more, folks. They're not double the price. They're not double the price. They're only $20 more, $189. Don't just get one of these. Get 3 or 5 of these, because I do have a decent quantity of these. They will run out, but for now, I've got a decent quantity. I have 3 sets for only $529 and 5 sets for only $849. That's only $169.80 a set for 6/8. That's 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. Thank you. 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. And finally, these 6/9 sets, the top of the line. You can't beat quality. Here you have the highest possible matching grade in existence for this last year of the Philadelphia Proof Series. These beautiful, beautiful proof coins from 1964 for only $359. We have dealers selling just the Lincoln cent alone for $150 to $200. Some dealers selling the quarters for $500, $600. The $50, $500. There was one set we saw on eBay in 6/9 for $1,300. And that was a dealer who had over 20,000 happy customers with 100% positive feedback. You know, he had over 20,000 people who liked his coins, liked his prices, been in business for many, many years, and we've got this set. Guarantee you will love this set. You will be so happy. $359 for one. While we have them, you can get 3 for only $1,049 and 5 for the incredible price of $1,695. Think about that. That's 5 sets for just a little bit more than that one top-rated eBay seller was selling a single set for. Right here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's been a thrill. In this last year at the Philadelphia Mint, the only year with the Kennedy $50, these 6/9 sets for those once-in-a-lifetime, opportunity collector price of only $359 if you get one. And if you get 5, it drops down to $339. Got a lot of people calling in. It looks like we still have a bit of a queue here, but we will get you in just a moment. Just stay on there. Take advantage of this, folks, while I have them. This is a great opportunity. This is a window of opportunity for the collector of today to get some truly, truly beautiful, top quality, and truly rare coins at such a great, great price that gives you so much future potential. Thank you for watching. I have a phenomenal set of coin. It's actually a beautifully toned 1802. And when we flip it over, this is the original heraldic eagle reverse. Now, John Mercanti took that heraldic eagle, made some design changes to it, but that was the basic model for the design of the American Silver Eagle, that heraldic eagle. And that heraldic eagle will be no more. Now, that is huge. That's huge, because what that means is all these earlier American Silver Eagles, especially the S mints and P mints, are going to be the rarest of all with the heraldic eagle reverse. I mean, the announcement reverse design. There are going to be so many new collectors. The American Silver Eagle is already among the most popular series in all of U.S. numismatics. Now, we handle more mint state American Silver Eagles, I believe, than any other dealer in the country. Assembling a set in mint state condition is not as challenging as assembling the same set in proof condition. Take a look at the set I have for you today, folks. The American Silver Eagles have been struck at 3 different mints. The very first American Silver Eagles from 1986 to 1992 were struck in San Francisco, and they have the San Francisco mint mark. Then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia mint. And on the reverse, you'll see the P mint mark at around 7 o'clock. At high-grade ultra cameo. This, to me, is the perfect grade for these sets. The highest possible grade for any coin is 70. And a proof 70 set, like you see here, would be Again, I've got the entire 8-coin set, $1,495. Call in on one of these sets today. Again, this is the toughest era in the American Silver Eagle series in proof condition. These Philadelphia Mint issues from 1993 to 2000. With all these new collectors coming in 2021, when they have the new reverse design, these will be the most sought-after American Silver Eagles. Alone, $1,000 for the 94 alone. $1,595 for the 8-coin set would be a really good price, but it's based on my cost.
Special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity. But this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra. Because not only is this the 2019 West Point Struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations. Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a Specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a Specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. For the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916? The Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade, is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a Specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a Specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation. Now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. And it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded Specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a Specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a Specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade. It's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone, sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief. an amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC. Part of the population that I showed you, hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70. Same thing with us, but it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank, because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening, and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of the Mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a mint state coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the Mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now, when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand, and the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint, demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down, because he knew that we demanded. We weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the Double Eagles, the $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of Double Eagles has got to be the 1907 High Relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 High Relief $100 Gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin, obverse and reverse. The mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art, because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck one time, two times, but even 3 and 4 times to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin, and Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand-struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, the U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that, because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public is literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The Mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the Mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse, created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the Mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The reverse, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen. Struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof like, not $4,800. $3,995, ladies. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50, and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Morgan Silver Dollars,
Buffalo Nickels,
American Silver Eagles,
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty Quarters,
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas,
Steel Cent,
Liberty Head, and St. Gauden's Double Eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era,
Camp Bust Halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick James and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
in everyone. We're the Coin Guys.
We're the Coin Guys, and we're back.
We are Jack and Rick. I'm Rick, of course, and
Jack
this is
McNamara.
Jack. Jack, we love to do a presentation together, but it's only under special circumstances.
Right, it has to be something really that we're excited about.
When we get an extraordinary opportunity in something that has tremendous potential for all the viewers out there.
Right.
And that's what we have today. We're calling it our Coin Guys Terrific 10.
Right.
This, a 10-coin Morgan dollar collection, folks, that is spectacular.
Yeah.
It offers so much numismatic bang for your dollar.
Right.
I mean, it is really a great, great opportunity. If you've never bought a rare coin before, a United States rare coin, this is just the perfect place to start.
Yep. I mean, right now, Rick, Morgan dollars, I mean, it's always been kind of that, blue chip core of collectors, the most popular
exactly.
coin.
The backbone of, yeah.
Right, but right now is incredible.
Yeah.
There are more collectors of Morgan dollars than there's ever been. Coins that I used to be able to get, with a couple phone calls, I can't find anywhere. The Mint, a lot of people don't know this maybe, but the Mint has announced that they're releasing a 100th anniversary 2021 Morgan dollars, with different mint marks and things, and it has just made people go crazy for Morgans. And a lot of these new collectors who are buying these new issues now are going back to the original coins.
Exactly. And this is the key, folks. This is a 10-coin collection. Now, we picked these 10 coins because of their exceptional quality and a lot of scarcity. And we got this collection at a great, great price.
Right. Yep.
Now, first of all, let's take a look at these 10 coins that we have for you today, folks. They're 10
They're beautiful coins. They're all mint
Morgan
state
dollars.
condition, uncirculated
Exactly.
coins.
And some of them were struck in New Orleans. We have an 1884 O, which means it was struck in New Orleans. An 1885 O. A 1904 O.
I love that date.
The last
04.
New Orleans minted Morgan dollar.
Yeah, 1904 was supposed to be the final year for the Morgan series.
Yeah.
And this was struck at that famous New Orleans mint. And this really should have been the last Morgan dollar, but then 1921 they needed more coins. But this is a very important coin, the last O mint coin, last O mint Morgan dollar.
Just a few years later, they shut down. As
Correct.
far as
altogether for any
coin
coinage.
making. And then you have a 86P and an 1879S, a San Francisco mint
that's
coin.
an exciting coin too, because you've got the second year of the Morgan dollar. There's a lot of demand for these S mint coins because the San Francisco Mint is known for exceptional strikes, razor sharp strikes, incredible luster. This is a coin too that there's so much demand for right now. I was just really struggling to find any of these coins.
And then we get to some coins even rarer, and we'll be showing the audience information about the rarity of these coins. But we have another 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint, 98 O, and a 1902 O.
Right.
A very tough coin. And an 1889 struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then finishing it off, these two coins, Jack, I mean, the fact that we could offer these last two coins in the set at this price is miraculous.
Yeah, these are tough coins.
A 19010, I remember going back 35 years when I was specializing just only in Morgan dollars. Even back then, 1901 O's in uncirculated condition were hard to find.
Yep.
Really tough coins. And we have those today in this set. And then the last coin, the rarest of all, an 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah.
Jack, the fact that we were able to get these last two pieces is just, it's a dream come true for collectors.
Right.
Now, first of all, the key to Morgan dollars, folks, as we first learned, Jack, when we first started specializing in these coins, it's all about condition rarity.
Right.
When we're talking about rare coins,
Right.
there's two kinds of rarity. There's coins with absolute rarity, which
Right.
are coins that are rare in any condition, like
Right.
the 1913 Liberty nickel.
Right. They only made 5.
5 coins. So even if you had the lowest quality example, the poorest example of the 5, it's worth millions,
Correct.
millions of dollars.
Absolutely.
And then there's condition rarity, which
Right.
is, when we're talking about rare coins today, we're usually talking about condition rarity.
Right. Correct.
And that's a coin that may be common in lower grades because they struck a lot of them,
Right.
perhaps in the millions. But there are very few survivors in uncirculated condition. Think about that, uncirculated condition,
Right.
meaning they were struck, they went into a bin, went through a coin counting machine, they went into a mint bag,
Right.
and it's like they never made it out of the mint bag into circulation.
Right. They somehow got put either in a bank vault or somebody went to a
Yeah.
bank when it was brand new and put it away in their drawer or in their collection. These are coins that literally over 100 years ago never made it into circulation, have no signs of wear. They may, like you said, have a few marks or things from just the process of how they're made and counted and sorted.
And folks, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, we've got some coins picked up in a local coin shop for around $35, $40 that are your typical Morgan dollars that were in
They're actually
circulation.
probably more than that these days. There's been so much demand lately.
Oh, yeah,
They've been
yeah.
really, really rocketing.
For example, that 1896 there, that first one, that was struck in New Orleans. Sasha's
wow.
going to flip it around. And you can tell it's struck in New Orleans. All our O mints, folks, have this same mint mark. You see the O mint mark right above, at 6 o'clock, right above the D and O, meaning it was struck in New Orleans. Now, this is fascinating because they struck about 5 million of them. You can get circulated examples, like I said here. At the time, I got it for $35. But in uncirculated condition,
Right.
there are thousands and thousands of dollars. In fact, they can be $10, $20, $30,000
96O is
or more.
a very
Yeah.
rare coin in uncirculated
And then there's
condition.
another one, the next one, an 1886O, another one that they struck over 10 million, Jack. So, in circulated condition, it's very inexpensive. But to get it in mint state, there was the one from the Jack Lee collection that sold for around $200,000.
Wow.
And that was years ago. It's probably well more than that today. And then there was recently the 1886O DMPL that sold for $750,000.
Right.
And there's another 1897. They struck almost 700 million Morgan dollars.
Right.
And here's a chart showing you how many were struck through the entirety of the series, from 1878 to 1921.
Right.
Over almost 700 million. They melted over 270 million down in 1918
Right.
for the Pittman Act, leaving still well over 350 million coins surviving.
Right.
However, in uncirculated condition, folks, you look at the total number certified by the two major grading services.
Right.
Only around 2%, less
That's
than
a tiny,
2%
tiny
have been
percentage, yeah.
certified in uncirculated mint state condition.
Right.
Now, again, uncirculated mint state condition means it's a coin that was never in circulation. Just imagine, folks, again, these coins were struck for commerce.
Yeah.
So they were struck once on the die press, ejected into a bin.
Right.
Okay, one coin is ejected,
They're all
falls on
landing
top of the
each
other.
other, yep.
They all get bag marks along the way. We refer to them as bag marks because from the bin they go into a coin counting machine and they get dumped into bags,
Right.
thrown onto trains to be shipped to banks around the country.
Right. And those bags are big. This is a bag that was probably used for. This was a gold coin bag.
This is not an actual silver
But
dollar
the
bag.
The silver
right.
dollar
Yeah.
bags
With
are about
much
yay
larger.
big, and they fit 1,000 coins. They weigh about 55 pounds. When they're putting them on stage coaches and wheelbarrows,
Yeah.
and they're tossing these bags. The coins are getting banged. I did similar. I didn't throw my back, but one of my earliest road trips to a coin show where I flew somewhere,
yeah.
I bought a bag of Morgan dollars, and I had it in my carry-on, and I wasn't thinking.
Oh, wow.
And I'm trying to put it in the overhead, and the flight attendant is like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "No, it's good." And then I said, "Never again. I'm shipping it."
And then the carry-on collapsed.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh boy."
but so the point being, folks, again, we refer to them as bag marks, but a lot of these Morgan dollars actually developed a lot of marks along the way before they went into the bag.
Correct.
So it's part of the whole process from the time they're struck, one coin falling on top of another into the bin, through the coin counting machines, then getting dumped into the bags.
Right.
We refer to them as bag marks, but it's the minting process.
Right.
And all Morgan dollars end up with marks.
Correct.
Because of the way they're
Absolutely.
struck.
Right.
The key is to get them uncirculated and in nice uncirculated condition, because when you get a typical bag of Morgan dollars back then that never made it into circulation by some miracle,
Yeah.
you're going to have some coins with a lot more marks than others.
Right.
So not only are these uncirculated, but they're hand selected, so that they're really choice uncirculated examples that we're offering you today, folks. Now you saw the number surviving in total number for the entire series in uncirculated condition that have been certified.
Right.
Now these 10 dates we have, folks, first of all, so on this first page here, we've got the more common Morgan and Peace dollars. Morgan dollars were struck from 1878, and then in 1921 was the last year, and Peace dollars 1921 to 1935. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S.
Right.
That's the most common of all. You go shopping around, we found some prices offered at auction prices of the 1881S, folks. Just the 1881S, the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, all right? Now, Mint State 62 for $450, okay? $450 just for the 1881S. Here's another one. Again, same grade, Mint State 62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $450. And that's the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
Now, folks, these are in descending order from the most common to the rarest on this first page. So our set starts with the 1884-0. That is the most common coin in this set in uncirculated condition, although it's more elusive than the 1881S, as you can see there. The second coin, as we showed you originally, another New Orleans event, an 1885-0. But then, Jack, they get considerably more elusive.
Oh, yeah.
The third coin is a 19040, that one of our favorites.
Yeah, I love that date.
Almost twice as rare as those earlier New Orleans Mint coins.
Right. And like I said earlier, I love that
Yeah.
date because that was going to be the last year of the Morgan dollar. They
Yeah.
didn't have intentions to make
That's
later
right.
ones. And that's the last Morgan dollar at that.
Yeah.
I mean, the New Orleans Mint is just one of the most historic mints. I mean, there's so much
Yeah.
history there.
We spent a few days there.
Exactly.
It was built in the 1830s.
Right.
That's when they
Right
first
on
started striking
on
coins.
the
Yeah.
banks of the Mississippi
Yeah,
River. It
yeah.
was such a important
Yeah.
financial hub and transportation hub, and the only mint that was struck coins for the federal government and the Confederate
Right.
government and the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, it was at one time it was, as far as coin production, the largest branch mint
Right.
in the country. And so the fourth coin here is about the same rarity as the 040 in
Right.
mint state condition, in 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint.
Right.
Now, the Philadelphia Mint didn't have a mint mark.
Right, because that was the first mint. That's the headquarters of the U.S. Mint.
So that's the one Morgan dollar that actually doesn't have a mint mark on it. But then at the bottom of the page, the toughest coin on this first page, that 79, struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Only 109,000.
yeah, and I love this coin. Second year of issue. S mints are known
It has
for
been
their
so tough.
Yeah, these coins all of a sudden, within the last 6 months, they've just
man.
vanished
Yeah.
because there's so much demand for these coins that they just don't exist anywhere in the market.
Take a look at one of these. San Francisco Mint struck some of the most beautiful Morgan dollars. Incredible. Look at this,
Look
Jack.
at that.
The
Look at
luster
the
of the
strike.
strike.
Whew.
Yeah. To survive
It's a
with
blazer.
so few marks, it's miraculous.
The
and the
luster's
strike.
awesome. The strike is awesome. That is a blazer.
This is a brilliant, uncirculated choice Morgan dollar, folks. To survive in this condition, this is what makes this such a great collector's special.
And I love that we got a coin from the 1870s in here, too.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. The first year was the 1878, and then you have the San Francisco Mint mark, that S Mint mark on the bottom at 6 o'clock.
But these coins have dried up. These go into collections, and they get locked up for decades.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
once they go into collections, People aren't letting these things go. They're just
Now-
so hard to find.
Now, folks, then we get to the next page where we have what we call some of the scarce dates in the Morgan and Peace Dollar series. And these are coins where fewer than 100,000 have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, but at least 50,000. And so the fewer than 100,000 certified. And there you have a 98.0 Jack. They minted 4.4 million coins, but only 78,000 certified in mint state condition.
Right.
And then the 020.
Another tough one.
Another tough
That's
coin.
a tough O-man coin.
You know, the fact that we can offer an 020, you know, even though they, again, like, it's all about condition rarity, folks. You have some coins with high mintages, but so few survivors in uncirculated
Yeah.
condition.
And those late O-mints, that end of the series O-mints, are tough coins to get.
The 19020, again, Jack, I started in Morgan's in the early 80s, and even back then, a nice 020 was a tough coin. This is a great coin. And again, referencing back, the most common Morgan dollar, 81S, you have dealers off asking $450 for examples in mint state 62. And there's your O mint mark.
That's a great coin.
It is a great coin, yeah. And then the last coin on this page, 89P, only 55,000 certified. They struck 21 million examples, but so hard to find in uncirculated
Right.
condition, Jack.
Right.
1889, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And again, the Philadelphia Mint was the one mint that didn't have a mint mark, so that's how you know it was struck in Philadelphia.
Right. So, Rick, as you'll see here, obviously on the stand, we have these coins not in any holders so that you can really see what they look like.
Yeah, close up, right.
But you'll notice on some of these close-up hand shots we're showing, the coins are in these plastic capsules. That's how we're going to deliver these coins.
Exactly.
You're going to get
Protective.
these. Exactly.
Protective.
So your coins are safe.
See-through,
You know,
exactly.
they're not going to get any more bag marks.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
they're completely protected from moving around.
They've
right
got a
now.
ring there to hold them in place so they don't rattle around. They're going to come in a box where each holder is separated from the other.
Exactly.
And that's the last coin on this scarce date chart. And now, Jack, we get the last two coins in this set. These are the miracle coins.
These are the very scarce date
Page
coins.
3, folks. Fewer than 50,000 certified in all grades.
Right.
This was where we got extremely fortunate because we have a 19010 Jack. A 19010.
Yeah.
To get a 19010, only 42,000 certified in all grades. A New Orleans mint, folks, this rare is very, very
Yeah,
special.
and like I said, those late date New Orleans coins are tough to get. You know, I thought it was a big deal that we were able to put some of those other ones in here, the 98.0, the 020.
Right,
But to
yeah,
be able to put
exactly.
this 010 in here, that
exactly.
was really...
This was a huge bonus, folks,
kinda
to be able
pushes
to
it
do
over
it.
the top.
This entire set, again, if we had prices at $3,500, that would be one thing.
Right.
But it's basically at what we would call a common date price to offer these scarce, very scarce dates. And here's a beautiful example of one of the 010s that we have. I love the New Orleans mint mark. It's a favorite among collectors, that O mint mark.
Right, that Southern Mint.
Last struck coins in the early 1900s. This is one of the last years they struck any coins. Beautiful luster. Look at the full strike, the
a
breast
lovely-
feathers. All the detail is right there, folks.
Lovely coin.
To survive in this condition, a coin that's 120 plus years old. It's
Yeah.
miraculous.
Yep.
This is why this is such a great opportunity. And then, Jack, the last coin, the 1882P. Going back
date.
to our chart one last time, these very scarce dates at the very bottom. 1882P. We have 1882P in this set. You know, it's about twice as rare as the 19010.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And that 01's a
And
tough coin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even the scarce dates are tough coins. I mean, they're all tough at this point. It's
Right.
just a matter of how rare is it. 1882P. We've got an example here to show you. Again, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. So elusive in mint state condition. Again, all Morgan dollars will have marks because, again,
Yep.
the nature of how they were made.
This is not like a modern mint proof coin where they individually strike it and they hand put it in a
Yeah.
holder for a collector. The mint's only goal here, their only job was to make coins, for
Yeah.
circulation. It wasn't to make them for collectors and keep them pristine. It was they wanted to do a good job, make the best
Right.
coins they could, but they needed to literally, by law, make millions of these every month.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jack, even 50 years ago, mint state condition was not a big concern at the mint, as long as it was uncirculated.
Right.
And this is where we get to the mint state grading scale
Right.
that we referred to. We showed the viewers that 1881S in mint state 62. In 1986, when PCGS and NGC opened their doors for business of two major grading services, they used the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. And in
Right.
fact, you just interviewed
Yeah,
Harvey
Stack.
Harvey
yeah.
Stack, who's very familiar with the Sheldon grading scale because they had worked with
Dr. Sheldon.
Dr. Sheldon.
Yeah, so I spoke to Harvey recently. He was telling me stories about Dr. William Sheldon, who is a large cent collector. He wrote a book called Penny Whimsy that talked about the rarity of all the different varieties of large cents. And as part of this book, he came up with this grading scale because, they were using all these adjectives, very fine, extremely fine,
Right,
uncirculated for the best coins. And he was trying to make it more definitive, and he used this numeric scale, and he made a 70-point scale where 1 is you can barely recognize it, 70 is it's absolutely
Like our
perfect.
Cirque Morgans might be an 8 or a 10 or something.
Right, right, exactly. The
Yeah.
circulated ones might be very good 8 or
Yeah.
very good 10, or
Yeah.
if you're lucky, you get an extremely fine 40.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice coin.
Yeah.
You don't see those in circulation. That's
Right.
a coin that didn't circulate long. But the uncirculated coins, which in the old days they'd call brilliant uncirculated, those coins got a grade of 60 or higher, mint state 60 or
Right.
higher. So when the grading service started, like you said, in the 1980s, PCGS and NGC, they were trying to really make a standardized way of grading because it was the Wild West and, people disagreed
Yeah.
on the grade. So they wanted it to be everyone using the same scale. So they went back to this core that Dr. William Sheldon came up with in the 1940s, I think, 40s or 50s. And they used that as the basis for the way we grade coins today. So today, an MS 60 or higher is a coin that never went into circulation.
Right. If you got a bag of silver dollars, the MS-60s would probably be the coins with the most marks in the bag.
Right.
You're going to get the kind of coins that you're seeing here. They're going to be really nice mint state examples, hand selected. And that's the beauty of this set. And now again, at $3,500, Jack, this would be a great set. I mean, again, when you see the most common Morgan dollar, the 1881S, dealers asking $450 for examples in very similar quality. And that's the most common date. And that, here we have all these more elusive examples. This is where we got really fortunate. Because, okay, it's not $3,500, obviously.
Right.
But even $24.95 would have been a pretty good price.
Oh, yeah. That would be a fair deal.
Folks, at $19.95, this is a fabulous collection. It's less than $200 a coin.
Right.
For coins like that include the 1879S on page 1.
Tough
It's
coin to get
such
these
a
days.
tough coin.
Wow.
And then we have those 3 coins on page 2, the 980, the 020, and the 89P. But then page 3, an 010 and an 82P.
Yep.
And, $450 a coin would make this a $4,500 set. $350, $3,500 set. $200 a coin is a fabulous, fabulous opportunity. But this is a Coin Guy special. This is why we're here.
Exactly.
We've got this entire set.
Less than $1,500, Rick. $1,495, $1,495. You're getting all these coins, all 10 of these coins that we talked about, with some really scarce dates on here. You had all these late date O mints. You've got these low mint P mints, that 82P. I mean, for us to be able to put the 82P in here.
$14.95. That's less than $200 a coin. That's less than $150
Less than $150 a
Jack.
coin.
And in this era when you have bullion, it's almost, around $30 an ounce.
Right.
These are silver dollars. Great dates in beautiful uncirculated condition,
They're mint
Jack.
state coins, brilliant uncirculated coins.
This is a limited time offer at this price, folks.
Right,
This
this
is really important because we have made so many presentations. When we came out with the coins, they were offered at one price, and then 6 months later, we could no longer fulfill that.
Right.
This is one of those presentations where we have so many better dates in here, and we have the whole set at such a great collector-friendly price. So if you're watching right now, folks, this is a limited time offer. We really hope you can take advantage of it. I mean, this is where I started out in silver dollars. You know, we know our silver dollars. We've assembled some of the finest Morgan dollar collections
Absolutely.
over the decades, folks. And this is a great, perfect place to start. $14.95. This available on the 2-pay option.
Yeah. They can give half now, $747.50 now, then a second equal payment in 30 days, and the set is yours. We will keep the set in the vault for you. We'll make sure that the set is here so that you're able to get in on this.
We must emphasize how important that is, because we get a lot of people who will call in, say, a few days or a week later, who want to order the set. And we have to tell them, we're sorry, we can't offer it anymore, we're all out.
Right.
This allows you the opportunity to call in today, just put half down, and we'll hold one of these sets aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault.
Right.
And you pay the balance in 30 days. It's that easy.
Right. Absolutely.
Guaranteed uncirculated Morgan dollars.
Right,
That
so
is
these-
so important, the condition rarity.
Exactly. These coins are brilliant uncirculated. We
Yeah.
look at these coins for eye appeal. We don't send you coins that have dark toning or big gashes or anything like that. There are
Exactly,
coins
yeah.
that will technically grade uncirculated mint state that you don't want. They're ugly coins. And those are the coins we kick out. We are not going to send those type of coins out to you.
Look at these beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars with so many tougher dates in here in uncirculated condition. Folks, again, you're getting 10 great coins that we acquired a deal where that we cherry-picked the dates where we could offer you the most numismatic bang for your buck, basically. And, you know, these 10 dates, you know, we've got the 1884 New Orleans Mint, the 1885 New Orleans Mint, and again, you find the mint mark on the reverse of the coin at 6 o'clock. 1904, the last New Orleans minted Morgan dollar, and an 1886 Philadelphia Mint, and then that 1879 San Francisco
Mint. That's an important one.
Tough coin, very tough coin. The fact that we could offer those in this set is fantastic. We have them in order of their condition rarity. In other words, how rare they are in uncirculated condition. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S. That's not in the set.
Right.
We've showed the viewers that uncirculated 81S is in the condition we have. These coins go for $400 or $500.
Right.
And here we have an 1884 O. More elusive than the 81S to start the set. Struck in New Orleans. That's what the O means. The second coin, another New Orleans mint, the 1885 O. And then, Jack, a third New Orleans, the last Morgan dollar struck at the New Orleans Mint, the old New Orleans Mint, 1904 O.
Yeah, and that's an important coin. I love
Beautiful.
all those O-Mint coins. There's so much rich history.
Very scarce coin in this condition, folks. And then the fourth coin, 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then 1879 struck at the San Francisco
And I love
Mint.
that. I love that coin. Second year of the Morgan dollar, and those San Francisco coins, known for their great luster, great strikes. It's just a great coin.
And then coin number 6. This is where we get to the second page on our Morgan chart, where we get to the next level of rarity. Coins with fewer than 100,000 certified in all mint state grades. 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint. And it's a miracle that we could have this next coin, the 19020.
Right.
These last two New Orleans Mint pieces.
Yeah, again, this is that page of the chart where we're under 100,000. These
Yeah.
are those scarce dates. And like I said before, I can't stress, those late date New Orleans Mint coins are tough coins to get.
I mean, again, folks, I started specializing in Morgan dollars in the 1980s. 19020 in this condition was a tough coin even back then, and we have that as part of this set. And then we have the 1889P. Only 55,000 folks certified in all uncirculated grades. And then finally, these last two coins, which, you know, if we had the first 8 coins in the set for $14.95, Jack,
great deal.
it would be a fine, fine opportunity. But to have these last two coins, which are the rarest of all, I mean, this is a grand slam opportunity. The 19010, you know, we're talking about only fewer than 50,000 certified of the 19010. And the last coin, incredibly elusive. The 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, that is an
Just
elusive
over 20,000 examples certified in all Mint State grades. The entire collection for only $1,495. We want to thank you for watching this presentation.
Yeah.
This is the Coin Guys terrific 10 Morgan collection.
it's a great set.
We put it all on the line for you folks when Jack and I get together to offer you a really, really great United States rare coin opportunity.
Yeah.
And this ranks right at the very top. Thank you for watching.
Thanks so much.
I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
We're the Coin Guys. But please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up.
Because we have live for the first time the brand new Series 2 American Silver Eagle in absolute perfect condition. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the coin everybody wants, but hardly anybody is going to get, because these coins are Mint State 70s. Perfect condition, Mint State, brand new Type 2 American Silver Eagles. But that's not the whole story, because we also have the very last Type 1. You know, the design that featured John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle Reverse, which is disappearing in 2021. We have the very last one, also in perfect condition, also in Mint State. Folks, what we have here is an opportunity to collect all the transitional issues for 2021. Take a look at what we're talking about, and every single one of these coins are in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. On the left there, you see John Mercanti's last Type 1 Heraldic Eagle Reverse. That reverse has been on that silver dollar since 1986. Enacted into law as the Liberty Coin Act in 1985 and signed by President Ronald Reagan, it allowed the United States to issue a brand new silver dollar, which the world has taken to, which has become the most collected silver dollar the world has ever seen. This is a special year because that reverse that you just saw is going away. It's being replaced by a brand new Type 2 reverse. You see it right there, created by Emily Damstra, modeled by Michael Gaudioso. And I have to tell you, that design has become the instant classic to replace another instant classic that had been in production since 1986. And you take a look at that design, and something you're going to note that is completely different than any that has come before is the emotion that that eagle design stirs. We're going to get into the story of it, the oak branch, the modeling. There is so much to tell about this. But I want to let everybody know, you are buying the rarest of the rare. And this is an opportunity to get the last Type 1, the final Mint State, the final Type 1 silver dollar, being replaced by the brand new Type 2, and the opportunity to get each and every single one of these coins that we're going to feature in this 3-coin collection in the highest grade is going to disappear moments from now. And I literally mean moments from now. We're busy, hard at work, discovering rarities all the time. This one is major. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. This is a table that features all of the years of the American Silver Eagle dollar, certified by both of the major grading services, NGC and PCGS, in the highest possible grade, a Mint State 70 grade. And that grade equals absolute perfection. Mint State 70, perfect condition coin. These are the toughest coins to source in absolute perfect grade. And I want you to take a look at the percentage of the mintage by which these coins occur every year in a perfect grade. They are barely attainable. Barely. They're hard to get because you will not find a single year that is produced in abundance, that certifies in a perfect grade in any kind of quantity. You look at the 2008, 1.3% of the time. 1.3% of the time. That's all. These are rare coins, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. This is a recap of every single issue from 1986 all the way to the present time. And it features on this table both the Type 1, 2021, the end of an era, and the Type 2, the beginning of an era. We have loads of collectors who are attempting or who have collected the entire series of Type 1s in the highest grade attainable, Mint State 70. And you can see what a chore it is and how difficult it is to accomplish it. Now, I want you to take a look at the end result. The average by which these coins grade in a perfect 70 throughout the entire series is not even 0.5%. A real brief history, because we have a lot of collectors who are watching this show for the very first time. They've never seen an American silver dollar. They've never seen the American Silver Eagle dollar. But here's the opportunity. Created in 1986 by the United States Mint, issued every year. Collectors from all over the world have gravitated to this silver dollar because it is the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever struck, larger than a Morgan dollar. The purity of this coin, well, it's absolutely pure. The weight of this coin, unlike any other silver dollar that came before it. And because of the design of the obverse, which was originally made famous in 1916 by Adolph A. Wyman as the ultimate design of the expression of liberty on an American half dollar, produced from 1916 to 1947. In 1986, when John Mercanti began work on a new version of an American silver dollar, the obverse was chosen because of its dramatic representation of liberty, one that had never been seen before. John Mercanti was privileged to work on that obverse as well, to detail it in such a way, to give you detail of the coin that you would never have seen on an American half dollar, no matter what grade, even the highest grade. And the reverse originally paid tribute to the heraldic eagle reverse of the early American silver dollars. And that coin became an instant classic. And we have loved it, and it is now retired. And what you are seeing there, ladies and gentlemen, is the very last one and the very final opportunity. But as we move down the road, we see the coin that is replacing that reverse. Now, the obverse will remain. Adolph A. Wyman's classic allegorical design of liberty is not going away. It's been updated by John Mercanti, and it remains the classic obverse design of this coin. But replacing his reverse is a brand new design that begins the Type 2 era. And that design that you see right there is done by an artist by the name of Emily Damstra. Emily Damstra was part of the Artistic Infusion program. And she submitted designs to that program with 39 design entries. Hers was chosen out of 39 entries to become the new reverse for the American Silver Eagle dollar. As far as credentials, she's actually designed more than a dozen coins for the Royal Canadian Mint, and actually over 40 designs for both the Royal Canadian Mint and the U.S. Mint. And her list of design credits is extensive. Not only is she the designer of the brand new reverse for the American Silver Eagle dollar, but she was involved in the American Innovation Program, American the Beautiful Quarters, Native American dollars. Her resume is extensive. To understand her take on this reverse, you really have to know a little history about Emily Damstra. She is the ultimate artist of nature. She has been enthralled and inspired by nature since her childhood. Growing up amongst the forest, in a way, is one of the best ways I can put it. She had an affinity towards artistic, naturalistic design. And when you look at that American eagle, folks, it really evokes the emotion of nest building, of family, of returning to the nest, of the strength of family, because everything in that design is all about that emotion. In fact, you see clutched in the eagle's talons, the oak branch. And Emily chose to use the oak branch in the eagle's talons because the oak is America's national tree. And it's reflective of strength, because oaks are one of the most enduring trees and one of the strongest and tallest growing of all the trees. And in these trees is where you will find the eagle's nest. And Emily Damstra's idea for the reverse of the eagle dollar was one that conveyed the strength of the American eagle. The family values, in a way, if you will, of the American eagle, because eagles return to the same spot every year, have the same mate for life, and rear their young together. The strength of the oak tree as America's national tree is evident in that single lone oak branch clutched in the eagle's talons. And the story of this design is one of the eagle coming in for a landing, building the nest, protecting the young, and enriching the family. This design was chosen, as I said, out of 39 designs. And when you see this design and you see the detail, you know who gets credit for that? A gentleman by the name of Michael Gaudioso, an expert modeler and engraver at the U.S. Mint, who was prolific as well. In fact, when we look at all three contributors to this set, we find John Mercanti, the most prolific of all of the Mint designers who ever had the privilege of serving at the U.S. Mint. Joining the U.S. Mint in 1974, becoming chief engraver in 2006, just the 12th chief engraver, and retiring in 2010. And his contributions to the U.S. Mint's coin catalog are extensive. Emily Damstra, she has contributed as an illustrator of science and as a naturalistic artist for all of her career. Between the Royal Canadian Mint and the U.S. Mint, she has contributed over 40 designs. And Michael Gaudioso is the modeler who has brought to life the design of the new Series 2 of this American Silver Eagle dollar. And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a magical moment in numismatics. And I'll tell you why. We now have these coins live and ready to go. For all of you collectors who have been waiting for this event for the last 2 years, since the U.S. Mint announced that Mercanti's reverse would be retiring and the search was on for a brand new reverse to grace this dollar. And the Series 2 is now born with the issuance of these brand new coins. Now, in this set, we are featuring Emily Damstra in the exclusive label, graded by PCGS, a Mint State Perfect 70 grade. The hardest of all of the options of the American Silver Eagle to source in a perfect grade are these Mint States right here. Every single one of them is tough to get in a 70 grade. They simply do not grade a lot of these coins. The grading criteria is ultra strict, And these coins are struck for quantity generally, ladies and gentlemen, not for perfection. But somehow we have managed to put together these collections where every coin is a perfect Mint State 70. We're mentioning over and over again that the last Mercanti reverse is featured in this set. The world wants this coin. Everybody collects these Silver Eagles, and so many collectors acquire them in date runs. Want to acquire a complete collection from 1986 all the way up to the present time. The last coin in this series is vital. Well, here is an example of how vital this coin is to collectors. That coin right there, in a perfect Mint State 70 grade, is being offered at $514. Ladies and gentlemen, we're offering the entire collection for $479. You can purchase this coin with confidence because Rare Collectibles TV offers a 30-day numismatic money-back guarantee. The entire collection of these three great, perfect condition Silver Eagles, 2 Type 2s, and 1 Type 1, the one that's being retired. And again, we're at $479 for the 3-coin collection. Now, here is the identical coin in a PCGS holder in a Mint State 70 grade, a perfect coin, autographed by Emily Damstra label. And that coin right there is $625. One coin, ladies and gentlemen. And again, we have that coin in a 3-coin collection. We have 2 of the Type 2s, one with an autograph label of the designer, Emily Damstra, the other one of the modeler, Michael Gaudioso. And the whole entire collection, folks, $479. With all of that out of the way, we can really get into the history of the American silver dollar. The American silver dollar built this country. It was the vehicle that expressed the store of wealth that we had in our treasury. It started, believe it or not, folks, with the silver rush of 1859. And from that great event, when silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859, the Morgan dollar arose from that great discovery. And the Morgan dollar paved the way for an addition to the treasury of a large silver dollar coin that was admired and demanded all over the world. Because of the strike of silver, because of the Morgan dollar, that led to another series, the peace dollar. And silver dollars began to be collected, began to be respected, and began to be coveted by people all over the world, governments and individuals who wanted to have a store of wealth in the purest silver attainable. From that silver dollar series that we have mentioned began this series many, many generations later in 1986, when the United States of America had a strategic silver stockpile and Ronald Reagan was president. This was in 1981. Ronald Reagan wanted to put all of the silver from the silver stockpile, convert it into money, and put it in the treasury. And his way of thinking was, how about if we create a brand new silver dollar and we offer it to the American public the way we used to in the days of old? And in his first term of office, he wasn't able to get Congress to go along with the bill. In his second term, in 1985, the Liberty Coin Act was passed by Congress. And this silver dollar was created. And since that time, it has become the largest silver dollar ever issued and the most collected, but more than just the most collected, the most coveted. Collectors began to seek out the highest possible grade in Mint State, the hardest one to achieve in a perfect grade. Well, the collector's versions of these coins, the proofs and the burnished dies, were struck in such a way that perfection was almost guaranteed. But the coins that we're featuring in this collection were the coins that were struck to satisfy the demand for silver, satisfy the demand for the American public to covet and hoard wealth. Now, it just so happens that we collectors discovered that, hey, you know, these Mint State coins, they don't grade in a perfect Mint State 70 very often. We have been talking about this event for a couple of years already, eagerly awaiting the issuance of these Type 2 coins, and also just as eagerly awaiting the very last of the Type 1s. This collection encompasses the transition year that 2021 is going to go down in history. This is a history-making year. You know, it reminds me of 1921, when the Morgan dollar gave way to the peace dollar. That was a transition year. And we see those coins today, the last Morgan from 1921 and the first peace dollar from 21, being incredibly difficult to get in any grade. Well, how about in 1909, when the Indian head cent gave way to the very first Lincoln penny? 1909, a transition year. And when Liberties gave way to the St. Gaudens design in 1907, those transition year coins are the most sought after because midway through the year, there was change. And ladies and gentlemen, we don't know what the end result will be in terms of mintage, but I will tell you this. Demand for the last 2021 has never been seen like we're seeing it today. And the demand for the latest entry, for the new series beginner, the 2021 Type 2 with the Emily Damstra reverse, it has been unprecedented. There are more collectors today just for these transitional coins than any other coin in the whole world right now. So to be able to own these coins in the absolute perfect grades of Mint State 70 across the board gives you everything. Now, to make it even more exciting, ladies and gentlemen, Rare Collectibles TV has something really exclusive that goes along with these coins. Collector cards that feature the biography of the artist and modelers. John Mercanti, Emily Damstra, Michael Gudioso. These are collector cards, ladies and gentlemen, that are becoming as collectible as the coins themselves. They feature the artwork on the labels. And they feature that incredible PCGS label that is exclusive to Emily Damstra's Silver Eagle Dollar Type 2. And we have each and every one of those coins in the ultimate grade of perfection. We love silver dollars as collectors because of the size of the coin. When you hold an American silver dollar in your hand, you feel the weight of silver, you feel the value of the silver, and you see the size. And you see the representation of liberty. And you even see the word liberty so large. Now, I think it helps a lot that we collectors have always been enamored with Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. We've collected Walking Liberty half dollars for as long as we've been coin collectors. We grew up with that coin. To see it represented on an American silver dollar is really like a coin collector's wish come true. When you see a Walking Liberty half dollar, and it's in the highest grade you have ever seen, maybe a 6.7 or a 6.8, Mint State 6.7 or 6.8. The one thing you say about that coin is that, wow, look at the detail of liberty. Look at the detail of the American flag draped around her shoulders and cascading down around her. But it's nothing until you have seen this design on an American silver dollar, twice as large, with detail that you had never seen before on a half dollar. This design alone has propelled this silver dollar into heights never seen before. Let's talk about instant classic. It happens sometimes on coins. When you see a $20 gold double eagle, the St. Gaudens, the first time you saw that coin, the reaction was emotional. It invoked in you a reaction really of the meaning of liberty. That reaction is also contained on these silver dollars, and it was meant to be that way. These allegoricals of liberty, which were a mainstay of the coins in their original issues, are now seen in ways that you had never seen them before. Able to own that design on the obverse in a perfect grade is something that could never have been done prior to these silver dollars being issued. And when you see the new American Eagle design, you see something on that design that you did not see on Mercanti's version. You see the depth and the detail of the American bald eagle like you had never seen it before. And you also see something that isn't there. You see the eagle landing in the nest. It's right below the frame of the coin. But you know it's there, and you see that eagle coming in for a landing. And when you listen to Emily Damstra describe her efforts in designing this coin to invoke that vision of family, that vision of strength, it comes alive. And when I look at that new design, you see it in your mind's eye. And I'll tell you one thing about this design that grows and grows more and more as you see it, is how it comes to life the longer you look at it. How you notice details in the feathering, detail in the wings, detail in the expression on the eagle's face. Even the detail of the oak branch and the talons. This is detail that you have never seen before on an American bald eagle. And I think really it took an illustrator who spent her whole life illustrating the natural world to come up with this design that really hits the nail on the head. Again, let me say, if I haven't said this loud enough, this is a cause for celebration. The eagle has landed. The Type 2s are now here live. This is an initial offering. Prior to this, it was all about the pre-sale. Prior to this, it was all about the coming design. And now, live and in person, we can see this design as it was meant to be seen on a pure silver dollar, the likes of which you have never seen before, in the ultimate grade, a Mint State 70. Now, across all the options of the American Silver Eagle, Mint State 70s are the hardest coins to get in a perfect grade. The proof coins are pretty tough, but not like the Mint States. These are the ones, ladies and gentlemen, that you will never be guaranteed to get in a perfect grade. It happens so infrequently. Did you notice the percentages? I believe that there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 6 years out of all of the years of this series from 1986 by which the coins even graded over 1%, and they're just barely. These are the tough ones. And this collection, ladies and gentlemen, of 3 of the greatest rarities of the last Type 1 and the brand new Type 2, featuring contributions from the designer, Emily Damstra, and the modeler, Michael Gaudioso, in a perfect Mint State 70 grade for $479. You'll never get finer. These are the finest known. This is Rare Collectibles TV. And again, these eagles have landed, ladies and gentlemen, live and ready to go. What everybody's been waiting for, brand new Type 2s, and the last Type 1, $479. Wow. Thank you so much for watching. And we have no time to waste. I've only got about 25 minutes for this, so let's get right to it. This is one of the rarest standalone issues. In fact, I have to tell you, as a standalone single issue, this coin coming up with the pedigree is the single lowest mintage of this type of coin. Here's another little tidbit. It is the most sought after of all the coins in the world right now, this very coin. It is a complete and total sellout everywhere. This was a hard deal to put together. Some are tougher than others. I'd have to say this one beats them all. This one should never have happened. This one is here right now. Here's all the substantiating paperwork, all the records, all the research that goes with it. Pages and pages of mintages. And at the top of each one of these tables is a common header. American Gold Eagles, all denominations by mintage. From the $5 to the $50. I'll give you another little clue about the coin we're going to be doing. It's a $50 gold. It bears the classic obverse design of Augusta St. Gaudens' world-famous $20 gold double eagle. Another little interesting tidbit about this coin, it is in a grade and a method of manufacture, a striking method, that you will have never seen in any St. Gaudens, no matter what. And you know, recently, the 1933 $20 gold double eagle that sold in 2004 at the New York auction for $7.8 million recently transacted for over $18 million. It's a higher grade than that one. A series that began in 1986 and is actually wrapping up this year, 2021. They all have a very special reverse, which is being retired. And a new reverse will be adopted this year, 2021, to begin the Type 2 series of the American Gold Eagle. And we're featuring the largest size, the highest grade, the ultimate cameo designation, and the lowest single pedigree standalone issue, the lowest single mintage of any eagle to date. The reason why I am bringing out every denomination, every single one, and every single proof and uncirculated is for the very last one. And folks, at the end of all of these mintages is going to be one stand-alone single issue of which we have. Now, it would be a great feat to have any of these coins because the mintage cap was $4,500. Can you believe that? $4,500. The actual mintage came in at $4,422. So needless to say, the coin was gone like that. It is the very last of the Type 1 design. The design that featured on its reverse the Miley-Busiek family of eagles reverse. And this is the very last one of the family of eagles reverse. So as I go through all of these coins, I see them all. I see proofs I've seen uncirculated. I see every size and denomination that the U.S. Mint has issued since 1986 right up to this present moment. And I've condensed a few of them right here. And this is very important because this table right here has a bullion strike of the entire series, the mintage, of a little over 20 million coins. And then listed individually are the proof strikes. Now, the proof strikes are the most collectible of them all because, number one, they're the ones in the smallest mintages, and they are struck as orders are received from the U.S. Mint. So collectors like you and I correspond with the Mint directly, we contact the Mint directly, and we order these coins, unlike any of the other eagles. And something really great happened for 2021. The Mint decided they would put a cap on the single issue of this $50 gold as a standalone mintage at 4,500 coins. And you can see after all the smoke cleared, 4,422 coins were shipped out of the Mint. The date, 2021. The mintage, 4,422 coins. This is important, ladies and gentlemen. Never before has this happened. Something else that's really important to this coin in this series. The Mint decided about a year or so ago that they would begin to phase out the reverse of all of the Series 1 or Type 1s of the American Eagles, gold included. And that reverse that you see right there has a fascinating story. And the reverse is known as the family of Eagles. And the story behind it is that there was a young woman who was an artist. Her name was Miley Busiek. And she attended the 1980 Republican National Convention. This was where Ronald Reagan was nominated to be the Republican candidate to run in the 1980 election. He won. And that design right there is featured on the coin because of a speech that Ronald Reagan gave at the convention as his acceptance speech. And he talked about the family of America and how all citizens together were this great melting pot, this family. And Miley Busiek got an idea, and it inspired her, and she created the sculpture. And the sculpture that she created is right here. And it looks familiar because it is the reverse of the Type 1 gold eagles, and it's known as the family of eagles. Miley presented this statue to the Fine Arts Committee when they were searching for a reverse for a brand new gold coin that had recently been authorized by Congress, the gold eagle. Ronald Reagan is the father of the American eagle. That's how we look at him. So ladies and gentlemen, take a look real quick here because there's something inspiring about the design when you see it physically on the coin. Every one of these coins are a perfect Proof 70 Deep Cameo Type 1, the last of their kind. And you see that sculpture turned into the reverse, chosen by the Secretary of the Treasury, James Baker. He also chose St. Gaudens's design on the obverse. And he wanted something majestic, something that could compete with the obverse. And this was chosen. Incidentally, when Ronald Reagan saw the sculpture of the family of eagles, he decided he would give a sculpture to each one of the 52 former Iranian hostages. You remember that the Iranian hostages returned from Iran on the day that Ronald Reagan was inaugurated in 1981, January 26. So the connection is right there with history. Now, we all know about this connection because there was a recently published article, but it took decades for it to surface. And I can synopsize it for you. It basically says that as James Baker was searching for a suitable reverse to accompany St. Gaudens's obverse, it came to light this family of eagles sculpture that Miley Busiek had created. She works for the U.S. Mint. It was adopted as the reverse. This is a little-known fact that just came to light very recently. So the connection, the history is right there. And we're all sorry to see the Type 1 reverse go, but we know the history and tradition of the U.S. Mint, that something great will follow. But the last one of its kind is the most important, as well as the first, to any series. And in this series, ladies and gentlemen, you have the lowest mintage, the size that everybody wants, the $50 gold, the highest grade. I want you to see some of the rarest of these coins in terms of their mintage and how they stack up against this 2021. These are coins of all denominations of the Gold Eagles, all denominations of the proofs. You can see there how low the mintages are. The 2012 at the top of the list, that's a half ounce. Only 12,000. At the bottom of this illustrious list, you will find the 2021 $50 gold proof, 4,500, and that was the cap of the mintage. You see right there the 2017 in a proof. The mintage of that coin, 12,723. I want you to take a look at a 2017, remember the mintage, and I want you to take a look at what that coin is bringing, $18,000. And folks, take a look at this. Here's a 2018, same grade, Proof 70, a perfect grade, deep cameo. The mintage of this coin is $15,570. Take a look at the selling price, $19,000. We're offering one of the rarest issues the United States has ever struck. The 2021 last ever Type 1 Proof Gold Eagle in a perfect Proof 70 deep cameo grade. Now look, you just saw coins with mintages substantially higher and the price substantially higher. So I want you to understand that we're pricing this coin. Well, you know, we really should be way above those two coins, but we're not. Here's the opportunity. $4,995. $4,995. You can purchase this coin with confidence because Rare Collectibles TV offers a 30-day numismatic money-back guarantee. Take a look at the exquisite strike, the workmanship of the die work to produce this absolutely perfect example of one of the lowest mintage U.S. issues the U.S. has ever struck in a perfect grade. Now, there's a two-payment option here, $4,995. You can split it in two payments of $2,497.50. Now, this has been a big year. There's been a lot of changes in numismatics this year. The United States of America has announced that one of the premier coin series in all the world is being phased out. The series is the 1986 through 2021, the Type 1 American Gold Eagles, of which that coin you are looking at right there is the very last one. And that in itself is reason enough to grab this coin. When the United States announced to the world that you could purchase a 1 ounce gold, the $50 directly from the U.S. Mint, when you corresponded with the Mint, when you bought one of these coins, or they probably would only let you have one at a time, the absolute cap on the mintage was 4,500 coins. They wouldn't sell 4,501. A mad dash to get these, because you can see some of the rarest of them all have mintages that are 3 times higher or even higher than that. There had never been before an opportunity to buy an instant, super absolute rarity in the Gold Eagle series until this coin came along. Its mintage is just shockingly low. Now, a lot of it has to do with what went on in 2021. Because 2021, midway through this year, the Mint is switching to a brand new design of this coin. Now, the St. Gaudens obverse remains. The Busiek, and she is now Miley Frost, is going away. It's being replaced. But forevermore, this is the last one of the Type 1s, and you can see right on the label. It is the highest grade attainable in numismatics, a perfect Proof 70. Many, many times you've heard us talk about the Sheldon grading scale. It's named after a gentleman who came up with it, and as you can well imagine, his last name was Sheldon. He came up with a grading scale that began at 1 and ended at 70. And 1 was the absolute worst grade you can get. A barely recognizable coin, not even good condition. This grading scale stopped at 70. And that 70 number is indicative of absolute perfection. Perfection to the naked eye is one thing, but perfection under magnification, 5 times magnification, with no visible flaws, no imperfections whatsoever, means that this coin got a perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, we know historically that the instance of coins like this grading in absolute perfection is less than 4%. When you take every year, every size, and you calculate the amount of coins that achieve absolute perfection, it's a very, very small fraction. When you take the lowest mintages, this is the leader of the pack. When you take the absolute swiftness of the sellout, this is the leader of the pack. When you take rarity into consideration and combine it with the highest grade, you know, and oftentimes rarity is something that you can get your hands on, but you do not have the choice in extreme rarity of what grade you will get. Because extreme rarity happens only once or twice. Happens so infrequently that you'll take any grade you can get. So the numismatic event here is the absolute highest grade, the absolute lowest mintage, the opportunity at less than $5,000, and an incredible comparison to all the coins that came before and how well they've done in terms of how they have been accepted by the public, how people have rushed to auctions to get one of those previous years for close to $20,000. This is a coin that puts all those mintages to shame and an opportunity to own, again, I will say it, one of the rarest United States issues ever struck by the U.S. in all the years that they've been striking coins. And that is since 1793. It is also the last of its kind. I've mentioned this before many times, but it bears repeating. The final version, the final Type 1, in an incredibly low mintage, at an inside price of less than $5,000. This coin is a collector's dream because it has everything. If you've ever dreamt of owning one of the rarest coins, would you have ever dreamt that you could have it in the highest grade attainable? In the highest designation of deep cameo, in the last of its kind, in a bookend to a series that is collected far and wide? Now, if you were to attempt to acquire one of each one of these coins that have been minted since 1986 in the absolute perfect grade, you would be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. But let me tell you, this coin right here, if you would love to get one in a perfect grade and you want to do it all by yourself, well, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to have to go out and buy many of these individual coins before they're certified. Well, you're going to have to find them. There was only 4,500. So if you could be lucky enough to find one, you have to accumulate quite a few, I think it's about 10, to submit to the grading service to get one in a perfect grade. So I think at the end, you're going to be spending 30, 40 grand to come up with one of these coins in a perfect grade. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do. We do all that exhausting, time-consuming, nearly impossible legwork. And we make it happen. And we bring what I consider to be the most significant quantity of these coins anywhere in America. All in a matching Proof 70 perfect deep cameo grade. A last of its kind, the Type 1s. Now, for you folks who are endeavoring to put together a complete collection of this series, all of the $50 gold, this is going to be one of the hardest, if not the hardest, to get. You might as well start with what is the absolute most difficult at a great price. I see all around me price comparisons of coins with mintages much, much higher that are selling for 4 times as much. This is a temporary situation on this coin because once we are out, these coins will be available only on the secondary market, and the evidence is clear. They're going to be hard to get, and you're going to have to be willing to part with some serious cash. Now, I'll tell you, $5 grand is not a little bit of money. But when you can lock up one of these coins right now for $2,497.50, what that will get you is one of these perfectly graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo coins with your name on it put aside. One more month goes by. Another $24.97.50 from you gets this coin to you. But in the meantime, your name will be on it. People will be buying them like crazy. They'll be selling out. I can guarantee you the response unprecedented. But I can also guarantee you this. You will get a coin that is the last one of its kind. I'm going to say it again. One of the lowest mintage of a United States coin of any ilk, any gold, silver, whatever metal. The lowest of the mintages. One of the rarest coins ever issued by the United States of America in over 220 years. It's also the most sought after of its kind. Everybody wants this coin. And let me close by saying this. We love the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. We love it because it's a representation of liberty that had never been seen before. It first debuted in 1907. But that design on this coin has reignited the love for that crucial piece of numismatics, that critical St. Gaudens design in a grade that you could never get in a St. Gaudens Double Eagle. An absolute perfect Proof 70 Deep Cameo. You know, when it comes to gold St. Gaudens Double Eagles from 1907 to 1933, there obviously was never a perfect graded coin. But you know what else there never was? A bright proof. A coin with cameo, with deep cameo, like this one here. So the highest example of the world's most revered coin design is right here. The lowest standalone mintage of the entire series is right here. The ultimate cameo designation, DCAM, Deep Cameo, is right here. And the last one ever is also right here. That's the story of this world-renowned design and the last one of its kind for $4,995 on a two-pay. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will get you one of these rare numismatic, well, event-making items. Just to own it, to get it, to even talk about it is numismatic history, and we're making it together. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. It is my pleasure to bring you these type of rarities for such a great price, $4,995 in the absolute highest grade known to man. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?